Love, read by TOKYBOok. Hey guys, tonight we journey through the complete timeline of Westeros and Essos. From the very dawn of creation to the final breaking of the wheel. This is the story of ice and fire, of dragons and direwolves, of kings and queens who shaped the world through blood and magic. A tale that spans thousands of years, where every crown won was paid for in fire, and every throne built was carved from the bones of the fallen. But this story begins in darkness, in a time when the world was young, and terrible things stirred in the shadows. In the heart of the furthest north, where the wind howls through ancient forests, and the very stones remember fear, there once stood a man. He was no king, no lord, no hero sung in songs. He was just a man, but in his hands he held a sword that burned like the sun itself. The blade was called Lightbringer, and it was forged in such agony that the gods themselves wept at its creation. For to make this sword, this man had to drive it through the heart of the woman he loved most in all the world. Her scream echoed across the frozen wasteland as the blade ignited. And with that terrible sacrifice, the longest night in history finally came to an end. But who was this man? Why did the dead walk in endless winter? And what price did humanity pay for the dawn? These are the mysteries that thread through every age of our world, from the children of the forest to the final dragon queen. They are the questions that drove kings to madness and turned brothers into enemies. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get into your blanket, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Our story begins in the deepest mists of time, when the world was darker and stranger than it is today, when magic slowed like water, and creatures of legend walked openly beneath the sun. This was the Dawn Age, when the first men to set foot in Westeros found it already ancient, already haunted by powers they could barely comprehend. In those days, the children of the forest ruled the land. They were not men as we know them, but something older, something that belonged to the trees and the stones and the deep places of the earth. They had faces like carved wood and eyes like golden flames, and they could speak to the heart trees in voices that sounded like wind through leaves. They carved their faces into the weirwoods so that they might watch over the world even after death, and their magic was so strong that they could shatter the very land itself when threatened. The children lived in peace for thousands of years, singing their songs to the old gods and dancing in moonlit groves. But peace, as all who know the Game of Thrones understand, is always temporary. Change was coming across the narrow sea, carried on ships of wood and ambition. The first men were sailing westward, and they brought with them bronze swords and a hunger for land that would not be satisfied. When the first men landed on the shores of Westeros, they found a realm beyond their wildest dreams. Ancient forests stretched from coast to coast, so thick that a man could walk for days without seeing the sky. Rivers ran clean and cold, teeming with fish that had never known the taste of nets. The soil was rich and black, perfect for growing the crops that we feed their children. But the land was not empty. The children of the forest watched from the shadows of the weirwoods, and they did not welcome these bronze-armed strangers. The war that followed shook the very foundations of the world. The first men cut down the sacred groves and put entire forests to flame. They drove the children back into the deepest woods and the darkest caves. But the children fought back with magic that the first men could not understand. They called upon the earth itself to be their weapon, and in their desperation, they shattered the land bridge that connected Westeros to Essos. The sea rushed in to fill the wound, and the arm of dawn was broken forever. Yet even this was not enough. The first men were too many, too determined, and their bronze blades bit deep into the bark of the sacred trees. The children began to whisper of a darker magic, of powers that should not be awakened. In the deepest places of the world, where the roots of the heart trees touched the bones of the earth, they began to work a spell that would change everything. They took the body of a first man captured in battle and bound him with dragon glass and ancient words. They drove the obsidian blade deep into his heart, and as his blood ran cold, something new was born, something that was neither living nor dead, neither man nor child of the forest. They had created the first of the others, the first of the White Walkers, and with that creation, they had doomed the world to an eternal cycle of ice and fire. But this is just the beginning of our tale. The wheel of time turns, and with each revolution, the Game of Thrones claims new players and new victims. Kings will rise and fall, dragons will soar and die, and the realm will be painted red with the blood of the ambitious. The story of Westeros is written in fire and written in ice, and tonight we will read every terrible, beautiful word. In the beginning, there was only darkness and the void, and from that emptiness came the first light. Not the light of sun or moon, but something older, something that pulsed with the rhythm of creation itself. The world was young then, unmarked by the footsteps of men or the scars of war. It was a realm of endless possibilities, where magic flowed through every stone and every blade of grass like blood through veins. This was the Dawn Age, and it belonged to the children of the forest. They were not children as we understand them, nor were they entirely of the forest, though both words held truth. They stood no taller than a man's chest, with skin like bark, and eyes that held the deep wisdom of ancient trees. Their faces were narrow and pointed, beautiful in the way that wild things are beautiful, and their voices carried the music of wind through leaves and water over stone. They had walked the earth for thousands of years before the first man ever dreamed of crossing the narrow sea. The children lived in harmony with the world in ways that men have never truly understood. They did not build great castles of stone or forge swords of steel. Instead, they shaped the very landscape to their will, coaxing caves from cliffsides and growing bridges from the living wood of trees. Their homes were woven into the branches of the weirwoods, those pale giants with faces carved into their trunks and leaves like drops of blood. The heart trees were their gods, their libraries, their eternal watches, and through them, the children could see across vast distances and speak to one another in whispers that traveled on the wind. The magic of the children was not like the sorcery that would later come from Valyria, all fire and domination. Theirs was the magic of growth and change, of seasons turning and rivers finding their course. They could sing to the stones and make them move, call fish from the depths of lakes, and speak the old tongue that trees understand. When they died, their spirits joined the weirwood network, becoming part of the eternal song that flowed through the roots beneath the earth. For countless generations, the children knew only peace. They danced in moonlit groves, where the trees grew in perfect circles, their laughter echoing off the bark of giants that had watched the world since its birth. They carved their histories not in books of parchment, but in the living memory of the weirwoods, each face a chapter in the endless story of the world. The seasons came and went in their proper order. Winter followed by spring, summer by autumn, and the children marked time not in years, but in the slow growth of their sacred trees. But the world is never content to remain unchanged. Across the narrow sea, on the continent that would one day be called Essos, other peoples were stirring. The first men had learned to work bronze and sail the treacherous waters between the lands. They had grown numerous and restless, their tribes searching for new territories to claim as their own. The arm of dawn still stretched across the narrow sea in those days, a land bridge that connected the two continents like a giant's causeway. The first of the first men to cross into Westeros came not as conquerors, but as explorers. Small bands of hunters and wanderers who marveled at the endless forests and the strange, beautiful beings who dwelt within them. Some of these early meetings were peaceful. The children would watch from the shadows of the trees as the bronze-skinned strangers made their camps and lit their fires. They observed how the first men prayed to gods with no faces, how they buried their dead instead of giving them to the trees, how they spoke in harsh guttural sounds that held no music. For a time there was cautious coexistence. The first men established small settlements along the coasts and rivers, while the children retreated deeper into the forests. The newcomers were few enough that the land could support them without great hardship, and the children were curious about these strange beings who had come from across the water. They watched as the first men planted crops in cleared fields and domesticated animals that had once run wild. They saw how the humans built their homes of wood and stone, creating permanent settlements instead of moving with the seasons as the children did. But the peace was fragile, built on mutual ignorance rather than understanding. The first men saw the vast forests as obstacles to be cleared, the weirwoods as valuable timber to be harvested. They did not understand that every tree they cut was a sacred being, that every grove they cleared was a temple destroyed. To them, the children were just another obstacle, like wolves or bears, to be driven away from the lands they wished to claim. The children, for their part, could not comprehend the first men's relationship with the world. These newcomers took without asking, killed without ceremony, and changed the land to suit their needs rather than adapting to its natural rhythms. They cut down heart trees to build their halls and drove away the animals that the children had lived alongside for millennia. Worse still, they brought with them the concept of ownership, marking boundaries and claiming territory as if the earth could belong to any one creature. The breaking point came when the first men began to fell entire groves of weirwoods, not just for timber, but to deny the children their sacred spaces. They had learned that the pale trees were important to their strange neighbors, and some chieftains believed that by destroying them, they could break the children's power over the land. They were right in a way. Each fallen weirwood was like a voice silenced in the great song that connected all living things. And the children felt every cut like a wound in their own flesh. As the bronze axes bit deeper into the sacred groves, the children began to understand that these invaders would not be satisfied with a portion of the land. They wanted it all, and they would not stop cutting until every tree was gone and every child was dead or driven into the deepest caves. The realization filled them with a sorrow so profound that it changed the very nature of their magic. The songs they had once sung to make flowers bloom now carried notes of protection and defiance. The dances they had performed to celebrate the turning seasons became rituals of war. The war that followed would shake the foundations of the world and unleash powers that neither side truly understood. But it would also forge the first bonds between the children and the first men. Bonds that would endure long after the fighting ended. For in their struggle against each other, both peoples would discover that there were darker things in the world than their mutual differences, ancient evils that stirred in the cold places beyond the edge of the map. The Dawn Age was ending, and with it, the last echo of the world's childhood innocence. The Game of Thrones had begun, though none who played it in those early days could have imagined where it would lead. The war between the children of the forest and the first men raged for centuries, a conflict so brutal and consuming that it changed the very shape of the world. Where once there had been songs of peace echoing through ancient groves, now there was only the clash of bronze against bark, the screams of the dying, and the crash of falling giants that had stood since the dawn of time. The first men came in ever greater numbers, their ships darkening the horizon like storm clouds. They brought with them not just weapons and warriors, but entire families seeking new homes, driving herds of cattle and horses, carrying seeds for crops that would transform the wild landscape forever. What had begun as exploration became invasion, and what had started as settlement became conquest. The children fought back with every power at their disposal. They called upon the earth itself to be their weapon, singing to the stones until they cracked and split, opening great chasms that swallowed entire armies. They commanded the trees to move, ancient oaks and towering pines that walked like men, their roots serving as feet, and their branches as grasping arms. Rivers changed their courses at the children's bidding, flooding camps and drowning those who dared to cross into sacred territory. But their greatest and most terrible weapon was the magic they worked upon the land itself. In their desperation, as the bronze axes continued to fall and the sacred groves burned, the children reached for power that had slumbered since the world's creation. They broke the arm of dawn, the great land bridge that connected the continents, calling up such force from the depths of the earth that the sea itself rushed in to fill the wound. The destruction was absolute. The land bridge shattered into 1,000 islands, and the narrow sea claimed what had once been solid ground. Yet even this catastrophic display of power was not enough. The first men were already in Westeros by the millions, and more came every day across the narrow sea in their long ships. The children began to retreat deeper into the forests, abandoning the coastlands and the river valleys, making their stand in the heart of the continent, where the oldest and most powerful weirwoods grew. It was in this darkest hour, when defeat seemed inevitable and extinction was a breath away, that the children made their most fateful decision. In the deepest caverns beneath the roots of the heart trees, where the magic of the world pulled like water in a well, they gathered their greatest singers and their most powerful magic. They had captured one of the first men in battle, a warrior whose bronze sword had cut down too many of their kind, and they bound him with chains forged from dragon glass and sorrow. The ritual they performed that night was one that would haunt the world for thousands of years to come. They laid the man upon a stone altar that had been carved from the living rock by the first of their kind, and they surrounded him with a circle of weirwood branches that wept red sap like tears. The songs they sang were not the gentle melodies of growth and life that had once filled their groves, but something darker, older, more primal. They reached back to the very beginning of the world, to the powers that had shaped the first dawn, and they twisted those forces to their will. The dragon-glass blade went into the man's heart like a whisper, but the magic that followed was like a scream that echoed across all of creation. The man's eyes changed first, becoming blue as winter ice, cold as the void between stars. His skin grew pale and hard. His breath turned to mist. And when he stood again, he was no longer human. He was something new, something that was neither living nor dead, neither man nor child of the forest. He was the first of the others, the first of the White Walkers. And with his creation, the children had doomed the world to an eternal cycle of ice and fire. The White Walker rose from the altar with a silence that was more terrible than any roar. He looked upon his creators with eyes that held no recognition, no mercy, no trace of the humanity that had once dwelt within that body. The children had meant to create a weapon that would drive back the first men, but instead they had unleashed something that would threaten all life in the world. The White Walker walked out of the cavern and into the night, and where his feet touched the ground, frost spread like a disease. The children tried to control their creation, to bind it to their will, as they had bound the trees and the stones. But the White Walker was beyond their power now, a force of nature as unstoppable as winter itself. He began to gather others to his cause, not through persuasion or conquest, but through a darker magic. The dead began to rise where he walked, their eyes glowing with the same cold light as their masters. Warriors who had fallen in battle stood again, their wounds forgotten, their swords still sharp, their loyalty absolute. The war changed overnight. Where once there had been two sides fighting for dominance, now there were three, and the newest was the most terrible of all. The White Walkers cared nothing for the ancient grudges between the children and the first men. They brought death to both sides equally, and the dead they raised fought with a fury that no living army could match. The cold followed in their wake, a winter that fell like a curtain across the land, turning summer into endless night. The first men, who had been winning their war against the children, suddenly found themselves facing an enemy that could not be negotiated with, could not be bribed or threatened, could not be defeated by bronze swords and leather armor. Their dead rose to fight against them, their own fallen comrades becoming the most terrible foes of all. The cold seeped into their bones, their fires went out, and their crops withered in the unnatural winter that spread across the land. The children, too, found themselves helpless against the monster they had created. Their magic, which had once seemed so powerful, was useless against the White Walkers. The others killed without malice, without anger, without any emotion at all. They were winter given form, death given purpose, and they brought with them a darkness that swallowed light itself. As the White Walkers multiplied, and their army of the dead grew larger, the long night began in earnest. The sun still rose and set, but its light grew weaker each day, as if the cold was draining the very life from the sky. Snow fell in the middle of summer, and the crops failed across the continent. People began to starve, and the starving began to die, and the dead began to rise again with blue eyes and cold hearts. The war between the children and the first men became irrelevant in the face of this greater threat. Old enemies found themselves fighting side by side against the advancing tide of death. The children's magic proved crucial in the fight, for they knew secrets that the first men had never dreamed of. They could forge weapons from dragon glass that could actually wound the White Walkers, and they could weave spells that offered some protection against the cold. But it was among the first men that the greatest heroes of the long night arose. These were the men and women who would later be remembered as legends, whose deeds would be sung in songs for thousands of years. There was Brandon the Builder, who raised great fortifications against the dead. There was Lander Clever, who outwitted the others with riddles and tricks. There was G the Gardener, who kept the seeds of life safe through the endless winter. And there was one whose name would become legend above all others, though the truth of his identity would be lost to time and myth. He was called Azor Azroy, the prince that was promised, the warrior of light who would stand against the darkness. But he was not born a hero. He was just a man like any other who loved his wife and wanted to protect his people from the growing cold. The forging of Lightbringer, the sword that would end the long night, was a tale of sacrifice that would echo through the ages. Azor Ahai worked for 30 days and 30 nights to create a blade that could stand against the others, tempering it in water until it was perfect. But when he drew it from the forge, the sword shattered like glass at the first blow. He began again, working for 50 days and 50 nights, tempering the blade in the heart of a lion until it glowed like the sun. But again, when he tested it, the sword broke. For 100 days and 100 nights, Azor Ahai labored on his third attempt. He poured all his skill, all his hope, all his love into the forging. When the blade was finished, he knew what he had to do to make it truly strong. He called his wife to him, Nissa Nissa, the woman he loved more than life itself, and he told her what was required. She wept, but she did not refuse. She bared her breast and smiled through her tears, and Azor Ahai drove the sword into her heart. Her cry of pain and love and sacrifice echoed across the frozen world, and the sword caught fire in her blood. Lightbringer was born in that moment, a blade that burned with the light of the sun and the heat of a loving heart. It was a weapon that could cut through the darkness, that could stand against the cold, that could kill even the deathless White Walkers. But the price of its creation was more than any man should have to pay. Azor Ahai emerged from that forge as a hero, but he was also a man forever broken by what he had done. The sword in his hands could save the world, but it could never bring back the woman who had died to make it possible. He carried both the light and the darkness within him, and that duality would define all the heroes who came after. The long night stretched on for a generation, and children grew to adulthood, never having seen the sun shine truly bright. But slowly, gradually, the tide began to turn. The living learned to fight the dead. The first men and the children learned to work together, and heroes arose who could stand against the darkness. The final battle, when it came, was not a single great clash, but 1,000 smaller victories, each one pushing the White Walkers a little further north, each one reclaiming a little more of the world for the living. When the dawn finally came, it was not with trumpets and celebration, but with the quiet relief of a world that had learned the true value of light. The White Walkers retreated to the far north, beyond the edge of the known world, and the long night ended. But it did not end forever. The children of the forest knew, and the wisest of the first men suspected, that what had been done could not be undone. The White Walkers still existed, sleeping in the ice, waiting for their time to come again. The long night was over, but the Game of Thrones had truly begun. The world had learned that there were worse things than war between men, and that sometimes the greatest threats came not from enemies, but from the unintended consequences of desperate choices. The children had created the White Walkers to save themselves, but in doing so, they had doomed the world to an eternal cycle of ice and fire, of life and death, of light and darkness. The wheel had begun to turn, and it would never stop. In the wake of the long night's ending, the world emerged changed forever. The dawn that finally broke across the frozen wasteland revealed a continent scarred by supernatural war, where the very landscape bore witness to the terrible price of victory. Ancient forests lay withered and dead, their bark blackened by unnatural cold. Rivers had changed their courses, seeking new paths through land that had been cracked and broken by forces beyond mortal understanding. The survivors, both children of the forest and first men, looked upon this transformed world and knew that nothing would ever be the same. Yet, from this devastation arose the greatest age in the history of Westeros. The shared struggle against the White Walkers had forged bonds between the former enemies that would endure for millennia. The children, no longer seeing the First Men as simple invaders, recognized in them a strength and courage that complemented their own ancient wisdom. The First Men, humbled by their encounter with powers beyond their comprehension, gained a new respect for the magic and knowledge of the children. Together, they began to rebuild not just their world, but their understanding of what it meant to be alive in a realm where death itself could walk. The hero, who would become known as Bran the Builder, stood at the center of this new age. He was not born with a crown upon his head or a sword in his hand, but with a vision that stretched beyond the horizon and a mind that could see patterns in chaos. Where others saw only destruction, Bran saw opportunity. Where others mourned the fallen, he planned for the future. His first great work was also his most necessary, the mighty wall that would guard the northern border of the realm for thousands of years to come. The wall was not simply a fortification, though it served that purpose admirably. It was a monument to the cooperation between the children and the First Men, a fusion of human ambition and ancient magic that created something greater than either could have achieved alone. The children wove their strongest spells into the ice, binding it with power that would prevent it from melting through the hottest summers. They carved runes into the frozen surface that would turn away the White Walkers should they ever return from their exile in the far north. The First Men provided the labor and the determination, hauling blocks of ice larger than houses, shaping them with tools blessed by the old gods. 700 feet high and 300 meters long, the wall rose from the earth like a frozen mountain range. Its construction took decades, and entire generations of men dedicated their lives to its completion. They worked through blizzards and summer heat alike, driven by the memory of the long night and the knowledge that their children's children would depend upon their efforts. When it was finished, it stood as a testament to what could be achieved when humanity united against a common threat, a gleaming barrier between the civilized world and the wild lands beyond. But Bran the Builder's vision extended far beyond the wall. He saw a future where the great houses of Westeros would need strong seats from which to rule, castles that could withstand the storms of war and the passage of time. Storm's End was perhaps his greatest architectural achievement, a fortress so perfectly designed that it could withstand the fury of the gods themselves. The castle seemed to grow from the very stone of the cliff upon which it stood, its walls curving in perfect harmony with the natural contours of the land. No storm could shake it, no army could breach it, no time could erode its foundations. The secret of Storm's End's strength lay not just in its construction, but in the magic that had been woven into its very stones. The children had taught Bran the old ways of building, how to ask the earth's permission before disturbing it, how to align the walls with the natural flow of power that ran through the world like hidden rivers. Each stone was placed with purpose, each tower positioned to catch and channel the forces that lesser architects never even knew existed. The result was a castle that was more than the sum of its parts, a living thing that breathed with the rhythm of the sea and stood as solid as the mountains themselves. Winterfell, the seat of House Stark, was another of Bran's masterworks, though it served a different purpose than Storm's End. Where the southern castle was built to withstand external threats, Winterfell was designed to nurture and protect those within its walls. The hot springs that bubbled up from deep within the earth were channeled through the castle's foundations, warming the stones and making even the harshest winter bearable. The godswood at the heart of the castle was left untouched by human hands, a sacred space where the old gods could dwell and the ancient ways could be preserved. The crypts beneath Winterfell were perhaps the most mysterious part of Bran's design, carved deep into the bedrock. They stretched farther than any living person had ever explored. The statues of the Stark kings and lords that lined the walls were not mere monuments to the dead, but guardians that watched over the living. Iron swords lay across their laps, a tradition that few understood, but all honored. Some whispered that the swords were there to keep the dead in their tombs, others that they were there to arm the dead should they be needed again. The truth was known only to the children and to Bran himself, and they kept their secrets well. As the great castles rose from the earth, so too did the great houses that would rule them. The Starks claimed the north, their blood mixing with that of the first men until they became the very embodiment of the old ways. They kept the old gods and the old customs, speaking the old tongue in their private moments and carving their faces into the heart trees. The words they chose for their house, "Winter is coming," were not a boast or a threat, but a reminder of the terrible truth that the survivors of the long night could never forget. In the Westering Lands, Lan the Clever wove his way into legend through wit rather than strength. Casterly Rock had belonged to House Casterly for 1,000 years, its hulls carved from the living gold that veined the great stone. But Lan saw opportunity where others saw only an impregnable fortress. He entered the rock not with an army or a siege engine, but with nothing more than his silver tongue and his golden hair. Details of how he won the castle vary in the telling, but all agree that he used cunning rather than force, turning the Casterly against each other until they destroyed themselves from within. Some say he convinced them that the rock was haunted, filling their dreams with whispers and their days with mysterious sounds until they fled in terror. Others claim he seduced the daughters of the house and set the sons against their father, using love and jealousy as weapons, is more potent than any sword. The truth may be simpler and more complex than any of these tales suggest. Lan understood that the greatest fortress was meaningless if those within it could not trust each other, and he exploited that weakness with the patience of a spider waiting in its web. The Reach bloomed under the careful hand of Goth the Gardener, who claimed descent from Goth Greenhand, the legendary figure who had brought the gift of agriculture to the first men. Whether this bloodline was real or invented mattered less than the results it produced. Under G's guidance, the fertile lands of the Reach became the breadbasket of Westeros, feeding not just their own people, but providing surplus that could be traded to the less fortunate regions. Highgarden rose from the earth like a flower made of stone, its walls covered in climbing roses, and its gardens filled with the most beautiful and bountiful plants in all the known world. The Gardener kings understood that true power came not from the sword alone, but from the ability to feed those who wielded the sword. They developed new techniques for farming, new breeds of horses and cattle, new varieties of grain that could grow in harsh conditions. Their knights rode out not to conquer, but to protect, ensuring that the trade routes remained open and that the farmers could work their fields in peace. The golden rose of House Gardner became a symbol of prosperity and growth of life triumphant over death. In the Stormlands, the Durandon kings built their power through marriage and alliance, understanding that the strongest castle was meaningless without friends to defend it. Storm's End became the center of a web of loyalties that stretched across the eastern coast, binding the smaller houses together in mutual defense against the pirates and raiders who prowled the narrow sea. The Storm Kings were warriors first and foremost, but they were also diplomats and judges, settling disputes between their vassals and leading them into battle when necessary. The Iron Islands presented a different challenge altogether. The Ironborn had always been a people apart, shaped by the harsh environment of their rocky home and the unforgiving nature of the sea that surrounded them. They worshipped the drowned god, a deity as alien to the first men as the old gods were to the Andals who would come later. The Ironborn way of life was built around the concept of paying the iron price, taking what they needed through strength and courage, rather than buying it with gold. Their longships became the terror of every coast, swift and silent as sharks, appearing without warning to raid and pillage before disappearing back into the gray-green waters. Yet even among the Ironborn, heroes arose who would be remembered in song and story. The Grey King was said to have lived for 1,000 years and ruled the islands with wisdom and strength. He made a crown from the teeth of sea dragons and a throne from the bones of krakens, ruling from a hall built from the ribs of a leviathan that had washed up on the shores of Old Wick. His reign was marked by great victories at sea and the establishment of the Ironborn as a force to be reckoned with throughout the known world. The Riverlands, caught between the mountains and the sea, became a crossroads where all the great houses met and mingled. The rivers that gave the region its name provided highways for trade and communication, binding the scattered settlements together in a network of mutual dependence. The Fisher Kings, who ruled from the confluence of the rivers, understood that their strength lay not in isolation, but in connection, in being the bridge between the proud Northmen and the wealthy Southrons. As the great houses established themselves and the age of heroes reached its peak, the realm settled into a pattern that would endure for thousands of years. The North remained wild and free, its people hard as the ice that crowned their mountains. The South grew fat and prosperous, its fields golden with grain, and its coffers heavy with gold. The East and West looked beyond the borders of Westeros, the Ironborn to the sea, and the reach to the distant lands across the narrow sea. And through it all, the Wall stood sentinel in the north, a reminder of the darkness that had once threatened to swallow the world. The children of the forest began their slow retreat from the world of men during this age, not in defeat, but in recognition that their time was ending. They had played their part in the great drama, creating both the threat and helping to end it. Now it was time for humanity to take up the burden of defending the realm. Some of the children remained, dwelling in the deepest forests and the most remote caves, keeping the old knowledge alive for those who would seek it. Others joined with the weirwood trees, becoming part of the great network of watchers that would observe the world long after their physical forms had crumbled to dust. The Age of Heroes was drawing to a close, but the heroes themselves had laid foundations that would endure for millennia. The great houses they had founded would rise and fall, conquer, and be conquered. But their bloodlines would continue to shape the destiny of Westeros. The castles they had built would stand as monuments to their vision and their skill. The traditions they had established would be passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter, carrying the wisdom of the ages into an uncertain future. But even as the Age of Heroes reached its zenith, change was coming from across the narrow sea. The Dandels were stirring in the hills and valleys of Essos, their eyes turned westward toward the green shores of Westeros. They carried with them new gods and new ways, steel swords and pointed stars, and a hunger for conquest that would shake the foundations of the world the heroes had built. The Age of Heroes was ending, and the Age of Kingdoms was about to begin. Across the narrow sea, in the rolling hills and fertile valleys of what would later be known as Andalus, a new people were rising to prominence. The Dandels had watched the smoke from the Valyrian forges darken the eastern sky, had seen the Dragon Lords carve their empire from the bones of older civilizations, and they had learned where the first men had brought bronze and the Valyrians wielded fire. The Andals possessed something that would prove even more revolutionary: steel. The secret of steelmaking had come to them through trade and conquest, passed down from the smiths of the Royer and refined in the forges of their mountain strongholds. But it was not just the metal itself that made the Andals formidable. It was what they did with it. Their swords were sharper than bronze, their armor stronger than leather, and their tools more efficient than anything the first men had ever conceived. More importantly, they had learned to mass-produce these weapons, arming entire armies with steel while their enemies still fought with bronze and stone. Yet the Andals brought more than just superior metallurgy to Westeros. They carried with them a new religion, the Faith of the Seven, which would prove to be as conquering as any sword, where the first men worshipped the nameless old gods in sacred groves. And beside still pools, the Andals built temples of stone and crystal, raising spires toward the heavens in honor of their seven-faced deity: the father, the mother, the warrior, the maiden, the smith, the crone, and the stranger. Each represented different aspects of divine power, and together they offered a more structured and organized form of worship than the shamanistic practices of the first men. The Faith of the Seven appealed to many because it offered certainty in an uncertain world, where the old gods whispered through wind and leaves, speaking in riddles and omens. The Seven spoke clearly through their septimens and scepters. They offered written scriptures, formal ceremonies, and a promise of eternal life for those who followed their teachings. The faith provided not just spiritual guidance, but practical governance, with its own laws and customs that could unite disparate tribes under a common banner. The first Andal ships appeared off the coast of the Fingers, in the eastern reaches of the Vale, their sails marked with the seven-pointed star that would become the symbol of their faith. They came not as raiders, but as colonizers, bringing with them entire families, livestock, and the tools needed to build permanent settlements. The rocky coastline of the Vale provided numerous hidden coves and sheltered harbors where they could establish beachheads beyond the reach of the local First Men lords. The Vale of Arryn was ruled in those days by the Bronze Kings, descendants of the First Men who had held the region since the Age of Heroes. They were proud rulers, skilled in the old ways of war, but they were unprepared for the kind of systematic conquest that the Andals brought to their shores. The bronze swords and axes that had served their ancestors well were no match for Andal's steel, and the tribal warfare they understood was swept away by the organized military tactics of the invaders. The Andals did not simply conquer territory. They transformed it where they found scattered tribes living in hill forts and wooden halls. They built stone keeps and market towns. They established new trade routes, connecting their settlements to the wider world through commerce and communication. Their knights rode out, not just to fight, but to administer justice, collect taxes, and spread their faith to the common people. A seven-pointed star began to appear carved into roadside shrines and painted on the walls of taverns, a sign that the old world was passing away. The conquest of the Vale took generations to complete, but it established the pattern that would be repeated throughout the southern kingdoms. The Andals were patient conquerors, willing to intermarry with the local population when it served their purposes. Quick to use force when diplomacy failed, they offered the first men lords a choice: convert to the faith of the Seven and accept Andal sovereignty, or face the consequences of resistance. Some chose accommodation, finding ways to blend the old ways with the new. Others fought to the bitter end, their names remembered in song long after their castles had fallen. The Eyrie, the great castle that would become the seat of House Arryn, was built during this period as a symbol of Andal dominance over the Vale. Perched on a mountaintop so high that clouds often obscured its towers, the castle was virtually impregnable to assault. Its builders incorporated both Andal engineering techniques and the ancient wisdom of the first men, creating a structure that was both beautiful and functional. The throne room, with its moon door opening onto a 600-foot drop, became infamous as a place where the Arryn lords dispensed their own particular brand of justice. From the Vale, the Andal expansion spread outward like ripples in a pond. The Riverlands, with their network of rivers and fertile valleys, proved particularly vulnerable to conquest. The Fisher Kings, who had ruled the region for centuries, found themselves outmaneuvered by enemies who could move faster and strike harder than any force they had previously encountered. The Andals used the rivers as highways, their ships carrying warriors and supplies deep into the heart of the continent. The conquest of the Riverlands was marked by both great victories and terrible atrocities. The Andalas showed little mercy to those who resisted them, burning the sacred groves and desecrating the heart trees that the first men held sacred. They saw the old religion as a form of demon worship, and their septimans preached that the faces carved into the weirwoods were the visages of devils that needed to be destroyed. Thousands of years of history went up in smoke as the Andals systematically eliminated the religious sites of their enemies. Yet, not all the first men resisted the Andal advance. Many saw the writing on the wall and chose to adapt rather than perish. They converted to the faith of the Seven, learned to speak the Andal tongue, and intermarried with the conquerors. Their children grew up as Andals in all but blood, carrying steel swords and praying to the Seven, while their first men heritage became little more than a distant memory. This process of cultural assimilation was perhaps the Andals' greatest weapon, allowing them to absorb their enemies rather than simply defeating them. The Stormlands presented a different challenge to the Andal invaders. The descendants of the Durrandon kings were skilled warriors who had learned much from their conflicts with the Ironborn and the pirates of the Narrow Sea. They understood siege warfare and naval combat, and their great castle of Storm's End remained unconquered despite numerous attempts to take it. The Andals found themselves fighting a series of bloody campaigns that lasted for decades, with victory often proving as costly as defeat. The breakthrough came when the Tandals learned to exploit the traditional rivalries between the Stormlords and their neighbors. By allying with certain houses against others, they were able to divide their enemies and conquer them piecemeal. The faith of the Seven proved particularly effective in this regard, as it offered a new form of legitimacy that could trump the old bonds of blood and kinship. Lords who converted to the new faith found themselves welcomed into the Andal fold, while those who remained loyal to the old gods were branded as heathens and enemies of civilization. The Reach presented the most complex challenge of all. The Gardener Kings had built their power on abundance rather than force, creating a realm where prosperity mattered more than military might. Their knights were skilled fighters, but they were also farmers and merchants. More interested in protecting their lands than expanding their territories, the Andals found themselves fighting an enemy that could absorb enormous losses and still continue to resist, sustained by the agricultural wealth of the most fertile region in Westeros. The conquest of the Reach was ultimately achieved through a combination of military pressure and economic warfare. The Andals established their own settlements along the coasts and rivers, competing with the Gardeners for trade and resources. They offered better terms to merchants and craftsmen, attracting skilled workers away from the existing power structure. Slowly but surely, they undermined the economic foundation of Gardener rule until the old royal house found itself ruling over a realm that was increasingly Andal in all but name. The western lands proved to be the most resistant to Andal conquest. The descendants of Landoran the Clever had learned their ancestors' lessons well, using cunning and deception to frustrate the invaders at every turn. Casterly Rock itself was impregnable, its golden halls carved too deep into the living stone for any army to assault. The Lannisters proved to be master diplomats, playing different Andal factions against each other, while building their own power base among the local First Men houses. The Ironborn, protected by the sea and their own fierce reputation, remained largely untouched by the Andal invasion. Their long ships continued to raid the coasts of both the First Men and the Andals, taking slaves and plunder without regard for the changing political landscape. The drowned god cared nothing for the Seven, and the Ironborn warriors who served him were as skilled with steel as they were with bronze. The Andals learned to give the Iron Islands a wide berth, focusing their efforts on more vulnerable targets. The North remained completely beyond the reach of Andal conquest. The Kings of Winter, who ruled from Winterfell, had learned the lessons of the Long Night well, and they maintained the Wall as a barrier against all threats from the south as well as the north. The Stark armies were composed of men who had faced the White Walkers and lived to tell the tale. Warriors who understood that there were worse fates than death in battle. The Andals found no foothold in the north, no allies among the First Men lords who remembered the old ways and honored the old gods. As the centuries passed, the Andal conquest transformed the face of Westeros. 5 of the 7 kingdoms fell to the steel swords and pointed stars of the invaders, their cultures and religions largely swept away by the tide of change. The common tongue spoken by the Andals became the language of commerce and government, while the old tongue of the First Men retreated to the most remote corners of the realm. The faith of the Seven established itself as the dominant religion, building septs and sceptries throughout the conquered territories. Yet the conquest was not complete, and would never be complete. The North remained unconquered, its people clinging to the old ways with a stubbornness that no amount of steel could break. The Iron Islands continued to follow their own path, their culture shaped by the sea and the drowned god, rather than the land and the seven. Even in the conquered territories, elements of the old culture persisted, hidden in the names of places and the customs of the small folk. The Andal invasion marked the end of the Age of Heroes and the beginning of the Age of Kingdoms. The great houses that would rule Westeros for the next several thousand years were established during this period. Their power based on a combination of Andal military might and First Men legitimacy. The stage was set for the next great drama in the history of the realm, as the descendants of both peoples would soon face new challenges from across the narrow sea. The wheel of history continued to turn, and with each revolution, the Game of Thrones became more complex and more deadly. The Andals had brought order to chaos, but they had also sown the seeds of new conflicts that would shape the destiny of Westeros for generations to come. The age of conquest was ending, but the age of politics was just beginning. While the Andals carved their kingdom from the bones of the First Men's realm across the narrow sea, a civilization even more ancient and sophisticated was reaching the height of its power. The Royer had built their empire not on conquest, but on the life-giving waters of the great river from which they took their name. For 3,000 years, they had dwelt along the banks of the Roy, creating a culture that rivaled even the dragon lords of Valyria in its mastery of art, magic, and the mysteries of water. The Rhoyne was more than just a river to the Royer. It was the source of their power, their religion, and their very identity. They called it the Mother Rhoyne, and they worshipped it as a goddess who had given birth to their civilization. From its headwaters in the hills of Anderlos to its mouth at the summer sea, the river flowed through their lands like a silver thread connecting a string of pearls. Each city along its banks was a marvel of engineering and architecture, with water gardens that seemed to float on the surface of the river, and bridges that spanned the water like frozen rainbows. The Royer had learned to work with water in ways that other peoples could barely comprehend. Their magic was not the fire and blood sorcery of the Valyrians, or the earth and tree magic of the children of the forest, but something more subtle and more powerful. They could command the very flow of rivers, redirecting the course of waterways to serve their purposes. They built great dams and canals, creating networks of irrigation that turned deserts into gardens and marshes into fertile fields. Their cities seemed to float on the water, connected by bridges and walkways that rose and fell with the tide. Nisar, the greatest of the Royer cities, was built on a series of islands in the middle of the Roy, where the river was widest and deepest. The city was a marvel of water architecture, with towers that seemed to grow from the river itself, and palaces that reflected the sky in their walls of polished stone. The bridges that connected the islands were works of art as much as engineering, carved with intricate patterns that told the story of the Royer people. At the heart of the city stood the Temple of the Mother, a great dome that seemed to float on the water, its walls so thin that the light from within made the entire structure glow like a jewel. The Royer were not just builders and engineers. They were also the greatest traders in the known world. Their turtle ships, massive vessels that could carry entire households and all their possessions, pied the waters of the Roy and the narrow sea, trading with peoples as distant as the summer islands and as exotic as the shadowlands beyond Ashai. They brought silk and spices from the east, gold and silver from the west, and knowledge from every corner of the world. Their merchants were welcomed in every port, their goods prized by kings and princes throughout the known world. But the Royer were not merely peaceful traders and builders. When threatened, they could call upon the power of the Mother Rhoyne herself to defend their lands. Their water wizards could summon great floods to wash away enemy armies, redirect rivers to isolate enemy cities, and call up mists so thick that invading fleets would lose their way and founder on hidden reefs. The river itself became their ally, rising to swallow those who would dare to threaten the children of the Roy. The magic of the Royer was tied to the natural cycle of the river, growing stronger during the spring floods and weaker during the dry season. Their greatest water wizards could live for centuries, their lives sustained by the eternal flow of the Mother Rhoyne. They passed down their knowledge through generations of apprentices, creating a tradition of learning that stretched back to the dawn of their civilization. The secret arts of water magic were jealously guarded, taught only to those who had proven themselves worthy through years of study and devotion. The Royer princes who ruled the great cities were chosen not by birth, but by their mastery of the river's ways. They were expected to be skilled in both war and peace, capable of leading their people in battle and governing them in times of prosperity. The greatest of these princes was Garin the Great, who ruled during the height of Royer power, when their empire stretched from the disputed lands in the west to the Bone Mountains in the east. Under his rule, the Royer reached heights of culture and learning that would not be equaled for centuries after their fall. Yet even as the Royer reached the peak of their power, a new threat was rising in the east. The Valyrian Freehold, the great dragon empire that had conquered half of Essos, was expanding westward along the shores of the narrow sea. The dragon lords had already crushed the ancient empire of Gears, reducing its great cities to ash and slavery. Now they turned their attention to the rich lands of the Royer, seeing in their water magic a challenge to their own supremacy. The conflict between the Royer and the Valyrian Sands was not just a war between two peoples. It was a clash between two completely different ways of understanding the world. The Valyrian Sands were masters of fire and blood, their power based on domination and conquest. They rode dragons through the sky and wielded swords of Valyrian steel, their very presence a reminder of the violent forces that had shaped their empire. The Royer, by contrast, were masters of water and wisdom, their power based on harmony and balance. They sought to work with the natural world rather than dominate it, to find strength in unity rather than in subjugation. The war began slowly, with minor skirmishes along the borders of the two empires. The Valyrians tested the strength of the Royer defenses, sending small raiding parties to probe for weaknesses. The Royer responded with their traditional tactics, using their water magic to flood the approaches to their cities and their turtle ships to harry the Valyrian fleets. For a time, it seemed that the two powers might settle into a long stalemate, each too strong to be easily defeated by the other. But the Valyrians were not content with mere raids and skirmishes. They were building towards something much more ambitious, a great campaign that would crush the Royer once and for all. The Dragon Lords began to gather their forces, calling upon all the resources of their vast empire. Dragons flew in from the furthest reaches of Valyria, their riders eager for the glory that would come with victory over the water wizards. The Valyrian fleet grew until it darkened the waters of the narrow sea. Hundreds of ships carrying thousands of warriors and the materials needed to sustain a long campaign. The Royer, seen with storm clouds gathering on the horizon, began their own preparations. Prince Garin called upon all the cities of the Roy to unite against the coming threat. And for the first time in centuries, the fractious princes put aside their differences to stand together. The great turtle ships were armed for war. Their peaceful trading vessels transformed into floating fortresses, bristling with weapons. The water wizards began to work their greatest magic, calling upon the Mother Rhoyne to lend her strength to her children in their hour of need. The war that followed was unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Valyrians struck first, their dragons raining fire down upon the Runar cities along the western reaches of the river. The ancient settlements of Sarm and Valentheris were consumed in dragonfire, their populations slaughtered or enslaved. The Runar responded with their own devastating weapons, calling up great floods that washed away entire Valyrian armies and summoning mists that brought down dragons from the sky. But the Valyrians had learned from their earlier conflicts, and they adapted their tactics to counter the Rhoyar magic. They used their dragons to stay above the reach of the water wizards, raining fire down from heights that the Rhoyar could not match. They struck at the sources of the Rhoyar power, targeting the great dams and canals that controlled the flow of the river. Most devastating of all, they began to poison the waters of the Rhoy itself, using dark sorcery to corrupt the very source of Rhoyar strength. The final battle came when Prince Karin gathered the greatest army in Rhoyar history. 250,000 warriors, supported by the most powerful water wizards ever assembled. They met the Valyrian forces at the confluence of the Rhoy and the Little Rhoyne, where the river was deepest and the Rhoyar power was strongest. The battle raged for days, with dragons falling from the sky and Valyrian ships sinking beneath the waves. For a moment, its waters carrying the Dragon Lord's ships ever deeper into the heart of the continent. The turtle ships that had once carried peaceful traders now carried refugees fleeing the destruction of their homeland. But the Rhoyar story was not yet finished. Among the survivors of the Great Defeat was a princess named Nimria, a direct descendant of the ancient River Kings. She gathered the remnants of her people, perhaps 100,000 souls, and loaded them onto a fleet of 10,000 ships. This great exodus would carry the Rhoyar across the narrow sea to a new home, where they would once again prove their resilience and their genius for adaptation. The legacy of the Rhoyar would live on in their descendants, who would bring their knowledge of water and their traditions of wisdom to the distant shores of Dawn. But their homeland along the Mother Rhoyne was lost forever, another casualty in the endless expansion of the Valyrian Dragonlords. Meanwhile, in other parts of Essos, different peoples were carving out their own destinies amid the chaos of a changing world. The Dothraki had emerged from the vast grasslands of the eastern continent. Nomadic horsemen whose way of life was as alien to the settled peoples of the West as the Rhoyar had been to the Valyrians, where the riverfolk had built their power on water and wisdom. The Dothraki found their strength in speed and savagery, in the bond between rider and horse that made them the most feared cavalry in the known world. The great grass sea that stretched from the forest of Kor to the shadowlands beyond Oshai was their domain, a realm without cities or borders, where the strongest Khalasars claimed the best grazing lands, and the weak were swept aside like dust before the wind. The Dothraki followed no kings and built no castles. Their only law was the strength of the sword and the speed of the horse. They worshipped a single god, the great stallion, who mounted the world, and they believed that their destiny was to ride across all the lands under the sky. The rise of the Dothraki changed the balance of power throughout Essos. The great cities that had grown rich through trade now found themselves under constant threat from the horse lords, who could appear on the horizon without warning and disappeared just as quickly after their raids were complete. The settled peoples learned to build higher walls and maintain larger armies, but the grasslands remained forever beyond their reach. a wild frontier where only the strongest and most cunning could survive. In the east, beyond the Bone Mountains and the Shadowlands, other mysteries stirred in the ancient cities of Yiti and the distant realms of the Sunrise Kingdoms. These were lands so far from Westeros that they seemed like myths to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Places where the very sun rose differently and the seasons followed patterns unknown to Western minds. The Emperor of Yiti ruled from his golden throne in the city of Yin, commanding armies that numbered in the millions and fleets that could darken the Jade Sea. But these Eastern powers remained focused on their own affairs. Their attention turned inward toward their own ancient rivalries and eternal conflicts. The free cities that would later dominate the western shores of Essos were beginning to emerge during this period, founded by refugees and exiles from the various conflicts that swept across the continent. Braavos, greatest of them all, was still hidden in its secret lagoon. Its founders sworn to secrecy about the location of their new home. The city was built by escaped slaves and their descendants, men and women who had fled the chains of Valyria and other slaveholding powers, to create a new kind of society based on freedom and commerce rather than conquest and domination. The other free cities had their own origins and their own characters. Pentos grew fat on trade, its merchant princes growing wealthy by serving as middlemen between the various powers of the continent. Mary became famous for its craftsmen, who created goods of such quality that they were prized throughout the known world. Liz developed a reputation for both beauty and decadence, its pleasure houses and its poisons equally renowned. Each city was a world unto itself, with its own laws and customs, its own alliances and enemies. Volantis, the first daughter of Valyria, remained the greatest of the free cities throughout this period. Built on the model of the Great Dragon capital, it sought to inherit the mantle of Valyrian supremacy over the eastern continent. The old blood families that ruled the city claimed descent from the ancient dragon lords, and they maintained many of the traditions and practices of their ancestors. The black walls of Volantis enclosed a district where only those of pure Valyrian blood were permitted to dwell, while the rest of the city housed a vast population of slaves and freedmen who served their Valyrian masters. The slave trade that would define so much of Essos in later ages was reaching new heights during this period. The constant wars and raids that swept across the continent provided a steady supply of captives, while the growing wealth of the free cities created an insatiable demand for labor. Great slave markets arose in Lys and Narin Tyros, where human beings were bought and sold like cattle. The profits from this trade funded the armies and fleets that the free cities used to maintain their independence and expand their influence. Yet, even as some cities grew rich on the misery of others, the seeds of their own destruction were being sown. The slave revolts that periodically swept through the eastern continent grew larger and more organized with each passing generation. The gladiator pits of Meereen and the fighting schools of the other Slavers' Bay cities produced warriors who knew no fear and had nothing left to lose. The unsullied, the elite slave soldiers of Astapor were created during this period. Their brutal training methods producing the most disciplined and effective infantry in the known world. The religions of Essos were as diverse as its peoples, reflecting the complex tapestry of cultures that had come together on the eastern continent. The Lord of Light, whose red priests preached of the eternal struggle between fire and shadow, was gaining followers throughout the free cities and beyond. The many-faced god of Braavos offered death as a gift to those who suffered, while the horse god of the Dothraki demanded blood and victory from his followers. In the Far East, The followers of the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light engaged in theological debates that had raged for thousands of years. The Faceless Men, the legendary assassins of Bravos, were founded during this period by slaves who had learned to worship death as the ultimate escape from suffering. They developed their arts in secret, learning to change their faces and their identities as easily as other men change their clothes. The gift they offered was available to all slave and free alike, but the price they demanded was beyond the reach of most. They served no king and followed no flag, but they shaped the destiny of nations through the careful application of their deadly skills. Magic, which had been commonplace in the days of old Valyria, was becoming rarer and more mysterious as the years passed. The Dragon Lords had hoarded their secrets jealously, and much of their knowledge died with them in the various wars and disasters that befell their empire. The surviving sorcerers and magicians found themselves increasingly isolated, their powers weakened by the changing nature of the world. Some claimed that magic itself was fading from the world, that the age of wonders was ending, and the age of mundane reality was beginning. Yet in certain places, the old powers still stirred. The Shadowlands beyond Ashai remained as mysterious and dangerous as ever, their dark cities inhabited by sorcerers and demons whose purposes were known only to themselves. The ruins of Old Giz still echoed with the ghosts of the Harpy Queens, and the bones of dragons could still be found in the wastelands, where the great beasts had fallen in the wars of conquest. The world was changing, but it had not yet forgotten the lessons of its magical past. The stage was being set for the next great drama in the history of the world. The Valyrian freehold was approaching the height of its power, its dragon lords preparing for the conquests that would make them the undisputed masters of the known world. But their very success was breeding the conditions for their eventual downfall. As the curse of the Royer worked its slow poison through their society, and the contradictions of their slave-based economy grew more and more apparent, the wheel of history continued to turn, carrying all the peoples of Essos toward a future that none of them could foresee. The Age of Heroes was ending in the East, as it had in the West, replaced by an age of empires and trade, of slavery and freedom, of magic and mundane reality existing side by side in an uneasy balance. The Game of Thrones was being played on a larger board than ever before, with stakes that would determine the fate of entire continents. In the eastern reaches of Essos, where the summer sea lapped against volcanic shores, and the earth itself burned with ancient fire, there arose the greatest empire the world had ever known. Valyria began as little more than a collection of shepherd villages clustered around the 14 flames, those great volcanoes that pierced the sky like spears thrown by the gods themselves. The people who would become the Dragon Lords were unremarkable in those early days, just another tribe among many who scratched out a living from the harsh volcanic soil, and the few hardy animals that could survive in that burning landscape. But beneath their feet lay something that would change the course of history forever. The volcanic activity that made their homeland so inhospitable also created something unique and precious: dragon glass, the black volcanic rock that could cut through steel and hold an edge sharper than any metal blade. More importantly, the constant volcanic activity had awakened something ancient in the depths of the earth. Creatures that had slumbered since the dawn of the world. Dragons, the children of fire and stone, began to emerge from the deepest caves and the hottest lava flows. The first dragon taming was not a conquest. but a partnership born of mutual need. The early Valyrians discovered that the great beasts were not mindless monsters, but intelligent creatures capable of forming bonds with those brave enough to approach them. The dragons needed the volcanic heat to survive and thrive, while the Valyrians needed protection from the harsh environment and the other peoples who coveted their lands. Over generations, certain bloodlines developed the ability to communicate with dragons, to understand their needs and desires, and eventually to ride them through the burning skies. The secret of dragon bonding lay in the blood itself, a magical heritage that was passed down through the great families that would come to rule the Valyrian freehold. These dragon lord bloodlines guarded their secrets jealously, intermarrying among themselves to keep their magical abilities pure and strong. They developed elaborate rituals and ceremonies around the bonding process, creating a mystical connection between rider and dragon that went beyond mere training or dominance. The dragon became an extension of the rider's will, while the rider became the embodiment of the dragon's power. As the Valyrians mastered the art of dragon riding, they also developed other magical arts that would set them apart from every other civilization in the known world. They learned to work with fire, as the warrior had worked with water, bending flame to their will and using it to create wonders that defied explanation. Their smiths discovered the secret of Valyrian steel, a metal so superior to ordinary steel that a Valyrian blade could cut through armor as if it were cloth. The forging process required not just skill, but magic, binding spells into the very metal that made it lighter, stronger, and sharper than any weapon that had come before. The roads of the Valyrian freehold were another marvel that showcased their mastery over the elements. Built from fused dragonstone hewn, these highways stretched across continents without a single joint or seam, as if they had been poured from molten rock in a single continuous process. The roads could bear any weight, withstand any weather, and last for centuries without maintenance. They became the arteries of empire, allowing Valyrian armies to move with unprecedented speed across vast distances, while Valyrian merchants could transport goods safely to territories that had previously been impassable. The architecture of Old Valyria itself was a testament to the power and ambition of the Dragon Lords. Their towers rose like frozen flames toward the sky, spiraling ever upward, in defiance of gravity and common sense. The buildings seemed to grow from the volcanic rock itself, shaped by magic as much as by mortal hands. Great pyramids housed the dragon pits where the mighty beasts were born and raised, while elegant palaces provided homes worthy of those who commanded such power. The very air above the city was filled with dragons, their wings casting shadows over the streets below as they soared between the towers in an endless aerial dance. The government of the Valyrian freehold was unlike anything that had come before or would come after. Rather than being ruled by a single emperor or king, the empire was governed by a council of dragon lord families, each wielding power proportional to the number and size of the dragons they commanded. This system created a delicate balance of power that prevented any single family from dominating the others, while ensuring that decisions were made by those who truly understood the forces they were dealing with. The great families of Valyria became as legendary as their dragons, the Targaryens, with their silver gold hair and purple eyes, the Valyrians who commanded the seas, the Celtigars who read the future in flame and smoke. The expansion of the Valyrian freehold began slowly with exploratory flights that mapped the known world from the sky. The Dragon Lords discovered that their aerial advantage allowed them to see patterns and opportunities that ground-based civilizations had missed. They could identify weak points in enemy defenses, spot resources and trade routes from above, and strike at targets that their enemies thought were safely beyond reach. The psychological impact of dragons was almost as powerful as their physical capabilities. Entire armies would break and flee at the sight of the great beasts approaching from the sky. The conquest of the Gishkari Empire marked the true beginning of Valyrian dominance over the eastern continent. The Gishkari had ruled the shores of Slaver's Bay for thousands of years, their harpy queens commanding vast armies of slave soldiers, and their great pyramids standing as monuments to their ancient power. They had weathered countless invasions and survived numerous wars, their civilization enduring through adaptability and cunning. But they had never faced an enemy that could strike from the sky with fire and fury. The war between Valyria and Geese lasted for centuries, a series of conflicts that became known as the Gishkari Wars. Each side adapted to the other's tactics, with the Gishkari developing new weapons and strategies to counter the dragon threat. While the Valyrians refined their aerial combat techniques and developed new breeds of dragons specialized for different types of warfare. The Great Pyramids of the Gishkari cities were transformed into fortresses designed to withstand dragonfire, while the Valyrians created dragons bred specifically for siege warfare, capable of melting stone and metal with their breath. The final victory came not through a single decisive battle. The final victory came not through a single decisive battle. The final victory came not through a single decisive battle. The final victory came not through a single decisive battle. The final victory came not through a single decisive battle. Their civilization enduring through adaptability and cunning. But they had never faced an enemy that could strike from the sky with fire and fury. The final victory came not through but through the systematic destruction of the Gishkari way of life. The Valyrians used their dragons to destroy the irrigation systems that fed the Gishkari cities, to burn the slave markets that were the foundation of their economy, and to hunt down the harpy queens who had ruled for so long. When the last Gishkari city fell, its pyramids were left as empty monuments to a vanished civilization, while the survivors were absorbed into the growing Valyrian Empire as slaves and servants. The defeat of Gers established the pattern that would define Valyrian expansion for the next several centuries. Unlike other conquerors who sought merely to extract tribute or established trading posts, the Valyrians completely transformed the societies they conquered. They imposed their language, their customs, and their system of slavery on the defeated peoples, creating a uniform imperial culture that stretched across vast distances. The dragons served not just as weapons of war, but as symbols of Valyrian authority, flying patrols over the conquered territories to remind the subject peoples of the power that held them in bondage. The slave system that supported the Valyrian Empire was vast and complex, involving millions of human beings who had been reduced to property. The Valyrians categorized their slaves according to their capabilities and origins, creating specialized classes for different types of work. The unsullied warrior eunuchs were bred and trained in Slaver's Bay to serve as the empire's infantry, while skilled craftsmen from conquered cities were put to work, creating the luxury goods that the dragon lords demanded. The mines beneath the 14 Flames consumed thousands of slaves each year, working them to death in the hellish conditions needed to extract the precious metals and gems that funded the imperial system. Yet for all its cruelty, the Valyrian system also created unprecedented prosperity for those at the top of the hierarchy. The Dragon Lord families lived in luxury that surpassed anything the world had ever seen, dwelling in palaces that floated on clouds of magic and feasting on delicacies brought from the farthest corners of the known world. They commanded not just dragons, but entire fleets of ships, vast armies of slaves and sellswords, and treasuries that could fund wars lasting for decades. For the wealth that flowed into old Valyria transformed the city into a wonder of the world, place where magic and technology combined to create marvels that seemed impossible to outside observers. The Valyrian approach to magic was fundamentally different from that of other civilizations, where the children of the forest worked with the natural world and the warrior sought harmony with the flow of water. The Valyrians sought to dominate and control the forces of nature. They practiced blood magic and fire magic, arts that required sacrifice and suffering to achieve their effects. The great works of Valyrian sorcery were paid for in pain, built on foundations of bones and watered with tears. This approach to magic gave them immense power in the short term, but it also created instabilities and contradictions that would eventually contribute to their downfall. The religion of the Valyrians was as complex and contradictory as their approach to magic. They worshipped dozens of gods, many of them borrowed from conquered peoples and adapted to Valyrian needs. The most important of these was Valyrian the Black Dread, a god of fire and death who was said to be the father of all dragons. The Valyrians built great temples to their gods, but they also treated them as tools to be used rather than masters to be served. Their priests were as much sorcerers as holy men, using their divine connections to work magic that enhanced the power of the Dragon Lord families. As the centuries passed, the Valyrian freehold reached heights of power that no empire before or since has matched. Their dragons darkened the skies over 3 continents. Their roads connected distant lands in a network of trade and communication. And their fleets ruled the seas from the Summer Sea to the Shivering Sea. The Dragon Lords themselves became like gods, wielding power over life and death, commanding the very elements and living lives that stretched far beyond the normal span of mortal years. But even at the height of their power, the seeds of destruction were being sown. The constant intermarriage among the Dragon Lord families was beginning to take its toll, creating bloodlines that were increasingly unstable and prone to madness. The vast slave system that supported their civilization was becoming more and more difficult to maintain, requiring ever more brutal methods of control. As the enslaved populations grew larger and more restive, the magic that had given them their power was exacting an ever greater price, demanding more blood and more pain with each passing generation. The curse that Prince Garin had laid upon the Valyrians during his defeat was working its slow poison through their society, manifesting as the Grey Death that turned men to stone from within. The disease spread quietly through the Dragon Lord families, killing some and weakening others, creating gaps in their ranks that were filled by younger, less experienced riders. The bonds between dragons and their riders began to weaken as the bloodlines became more diluted, leading to accidents and rebellions that had been unthinkable in earlier generations. Most ominously of all, the 14 Flames themselves were beginning to show signs of instability. The volcanic activity that had created the dragons and sustained Valyrian power was growing more violent and unpredictable. The earth trembled more frequently. The lava flows burned hotter, and strange gases began to seep from cracks in the ground. The Valerian sorcerers assured their lords that all was well, that their magic could control even the fires of the earth itself. But some among them had begun to sense that forces beyond their comprehension was stirring in the depths below. The Targaryens, one of the lesser dragon lord families, were among the first to sense the coming doom. Their gift for prophetic dreams had warned them of disaster. Visions of fire and ash that would consume everything they had built. While other families dismissed these warnings as superstition or cowardice, the Targaryens quietly began to prepare for the worst. They moved their dragons to their holdings on Dragonstone, a volcanic island in the narrow sea that would provide refuge when the homeland burned. The height of Valerian power was also the beginning of its end. Though none, save the Targaryens, suspected what was coming, the empire had grown so vast and complex that it was becoming impossible to govern effectively. While the contradictions inherent in their system of magic and slavery were creating pressures that no amount of dragon power could contain, the wheel of history was turning once again, carrying the greatest empire the world had ever known toward a doom that would reshape the very geography of the eastern continent. The dragon lords flew through their burning skies, masters of all they surveyed, unaware that their time was running out. The doom of Valeria was approaching, and with it would come the end of an age and the scattering of power to the far corners of the world. The Game of Thrones was about to become infinitely more complex as the survivors of the coming catastrophe would carry their ambitions and their dragons to distant shores where new kingdoms waited to be born or conquered. The signs of the coming catastrophe had been building for years, but the dragon lords of Valeria were too proud and too powerful to heed the warnings that whispered through their smoking halls. The 14 flames, those great volcanoes that had been the source of their strength, began to rumble with an anger that seemed to come from the very heart of the world. The earth trembled beneath the feet of slaves and masters alike, and the air itself grew thick with ash and sulfur that burned the lungs and stung the eyes. Strange lights danced in the night sky above old Valyria, aurora-like phenomena that the court sorcerers claimed were merely the reflection of dragon fire on the clouds, but which filled those who saw them with an inexplicable dread. The dragons themselves began to behave strangely in those final years. Beasts that had been docile and obedient for generations suddenly turned savage, attacking their handlers and even their bonded riders. Some dragons simply disappeared, vanishing into the volcanic depths from which their ancestors had first emerged, as if they sensed the coming doom and sought to escape it by returning to the fire that had birthed them. Others grew listless and refused to fly, spending their days coiled around the spires of their masters' towers, keening with voices that sounded almost human in their despair. The dreams came to the Targaryens with increasing frequency and intensity as the end approached. Dance the Dreamer, daughter of Lord Anna Targaryen, was plagued by visions of fire and ash, of dragons screaming as they fell from poisoned skies, of the great city of old Valyria crumbling into the sea. Her dreams were so vivid and terrifying that she would wake screaming, her bedclothes soaked with sweat and her silver-gold hair wild with terror. When she told her father what she had seen, he listened with the bravado that prophetic dreams deserved in a family known for their gift of foresight. Lord Anna Targaryen faced a choice that would determine the fate of his house for generations to come. He could dismiss his daughter's dreams as the product of a young mind stressed by the strange events occurring around them, or he could act on what she had seen and abandon everything his family had built in Valyria. The Targaryens were not the greatest of the Dragon Lord families, but they were far from the least. They commanded 5 dragons, controlled vast estates worked by thousands of slaves, and held positions of honor and influence in the Freehold's governing council. To abandon all of this based on dreams would mark them as cowards or madmen in the eyes of their peers. But Andar Targaryen was wise enough to know that the gift of prophetic dreams had never been wrong in his family's history. When Dany's visions grew stronger and more detailed, showing not just the destruction of Valyria, but the specific mechanisms by which it would occur, he made the decision that would save his house from extinction. He began to quietly liquidate his family's holdings in Valyria, selling their estates and converting their wealth into portable forms. He claimed that he was simply diversifying his investments, exploring opportunities in the western reaches of the empire. But in truth, he was preparing for a permanent exodus. The other Dragon Lord families watched the Targaryen preparations with a mixture of amusement and contempt. They mocked Ananar for his apparent cowardice, calling him the exile and suggesting that he was fleeing from imaginary threats. Some made offers to buy his remaining holdings at prices far below their true value, seeing an opportunity to profit from what they perceived as Targaryen weakness. The great families of Valyria had grown complacent in their power, unable to imagine that anything could threaten the empire they had built with fire and blood. Dragonstone had been a Targaryen holding for centuries, a volcanic island in the narrow sea that served as an outpost for their trading ventures and a refuge for their dragons during the hottest months of summer. The island's strategic location made it valuable for controlling shipping routes between Essos and Westeros, while its volcanic nature provided the heat and sulfur that dragons needed to thrive. As Annuar prepared for his family's departure, he began to fortify Dragonstone and stock it with supplies, transforming it from a simple trading post into a potential seat of power. The move to Dragonstone was accomplished gradually over the course of several years, allowing the Targaryens to avoid drawing too much attention to their preparations. They transported their most valuable possessions in small shipments, claiming that they were simply sending goods to their western holdings for safekeeping. Their dragons were moved one at a time, with explanations about needing them for various business ventures or explorations. By the time the other Dragon Lord families realized the full extent of the Targaryen exodus, it was too late to prevent or interfere with their departure. The final year before the Doom was marked by increasingly strange and ominous events throughout the Valyrian heartland. The very air seemed to shimmer with heat, even in the depths of winter, and the lava flows from the 14 flames began to glow with colors that had never been seen before. The slaves who worked the mines beneath the volcanoes reported hearing voices in the darkness, speaking in languages that predated human civilization. Many of these workers simply disappeared, their bodies never found, leaving only empty tunnels that echoed with the sound of something vast and ancient stirring in the depths. The sorcerers of Valyria had always prided themselves on their mastery over the forces of fire and earth, but they found themselves increasingly unable to control or even understand what was happening beneath their feet. Spells that had worked reliably for centuries began to fail or produce unexpected results. Rituals that had once summoned dragons from the depths now brought forth only ash and poisonous gas. The very magic that had built the Valyrian Empire seemed to be turning against its masters, as if the forces they had bound and commanded for so long were finally breaking free of their constraints. Some of the wiser sorcerers began to whisper about the true cost of Valyrian magic, about the sacrifices and suffering that had powered their great works for centuries. They spoke of blood debts that could never be repaid, of cosmic balances that had been disturbed beyond repair. The Royer curse pronounced by Prince Garin centuries earlier as he died in his golden cage was remembered by a few scholars who wondered if the slow-working poison of the Great Death was just the beginning of a greater reckoning. The common people of Valyria, both slave and free, began to flee the city in growing numbers as the Bolnans multiplied and the very ground beneath their feet grew hot to the touch. But the Dragon Lords remained either unable to believe that their power could be threatened or unwilling to abandon the source of their authority. They convened emergency sessions of the Governing Council, debating what actions should be taken to address the growing crisis. Some proposed great rituals of appeasement, offering massive sacrifices to whatever forces were causing the disturbances. Others suggested military solutions, as if dragons and swords could somehow battle the earth itself. The night before the doom, the last night that all Valyria would ever see, the 14 flames fell silent for the first time in recorded history. The constant rumbling that had been the background music of the city for generations simply stopped, leaving an eerie quiet that was somehow more terrifying than the loudest volcanic roar. The dragons throughout the city began to keen in unison, their voices rising in a lament that seemed to mourn the passing of an age. Those few who survived to tell the tale later said that the silence was the most frightening sound they had ever heard. When the doom came, it came without warning and beyond all comprehension. The 14 flames erupted simultaneously with a violence that defied all previous understanding of volcanic activity. But this was more than a natural disaster. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn apart above the Valyrian peninsula. The explosions that followed were heard as far away as Old Tan and Ashai, great thunderclaps that seemed to come from the throat of the world itself. The sky above Valyria turned black as night in the space of minutes, filled with ash and fire and things that had no names in any human language. The dragons died first, their riders clinging to their backs as the great beasts plummeted from poison skies. The magical bonds that had connected the Dragon Lord families to their mounts for generations were severed in an instant, leaving both dragons and riders screaming as they fell into the chaos below. The strongest and largest of the dragons, those ancient beasts that had lived for centuries and commanded the respect of nations, simply dissolved into ash and bone, their forms too fragile to survive in the transformed world that was being born from the destruction of the old. The city of Old Valyria itself lasted perhaps an hour after the initial eruption, its magical protections and mighty walls proving useless against forces that operated on a scale beyond mortal comprehension. The Greek pyramids that had housed the Dragon Lords crumbled like sand castles before a tide, while the roads of fused dragonstone cracked and shattered, their magical bindings undone by the raw chaos that swept across the land. The very geography of the region was transformed as mountains sank into the earth, and new peaks thrust up from the depths to scrape the burning sky. The human cost of the doom was beyond calculation. Hundreds of thousands died in the first hour alone, incinerated by lava flows that moved faster than a horse could run, or crushed beneath falling buildings. or simply torn apart by the magical forces that had been unleashed. The great dragon lord families that had ruled an empire spanning 3 continents were extinguished in a matter of minutes, their bloodlines ending in fire and ash. Centuries of accumulated knowledge and magical law were lost forever, burned in libraries that had taken generations to assemble. But the doom did not end with the destruction of the city and the death of its inhabitants. The magical catastrophe that had been unleashed continued to spread outward, transforming the very nature of the land itself. The volcanic peninsula where old Valyria had stood was swallowed by the sea, but the waters that rushed in to fill the void were changed by contact with the magical forces still emanating from the ruins. The Smoking Sea, as it came to be known, became a place where the normal laws of nature no longer applied, where ships that ventured too far into its mists were never seen again, and where things that should not exist sometimes breached the surface of the poisoned waters. The ash cloud that rose from the destruction of Valyria circled the globe, darkening skies as far away as the Summer Islands and the lands beyond the 5 forts. The volcanic winter that followed lasted for years, destroying crops and causing famines that killed millions who had never even heard of the Valyrian freehold. The very climate of the world was changed by the doom, as the massive amounts of ash and gas released into the atmosphere altered weather patterns that had been stable for centuries. From their refuge on Dragonstone, the Targaryens watched the sky burn and knew that they had witnessed the end of the world as they had known it. They were now the last of the Dragon Lords, the sole survivors of a civilization that had once commanded half the known world. Their 5 dragons, magnificent though they were, represented the last remnant of creatures that had once numbered in the thousands. The responsibility of preserving what remained of Valyrian culture and knowledge now rested on their shoulders alone. The immediate aftermath of the doom was a period of chaos and confusion that historians would later call the Century of Blood. With the Valyrian Empire gone, the subject peoples and client states that had depended on dragon power for protection and governance suddenly found themselves free, but vulnerable. Old rivals settled ancient scores, while new powers arose to fill the vacuum left by the fallen empire. The free cities fought among themselves for the right to inherit Valyrian territories, while the surviving dragons, those few that had been away from the homeland when the doom struck, became prizes worth entire kingdoms. The Targaryens on Dragonstone found themselves in a unique position as the only legitimate heirs to the Valyrian legacy. Their dragons gave them power far beyond what their numbers would suggest, while their knowledge of ancient lore and magic made them valuable allies or dangerous enemies. But they were also alone and vulnerable, cut off from the sources of wealth and manpower that had sustained their ancestors. The decision of where to go and what to do with their remaining power would shape not just their own destiny, but the fate of continents. As the ash settled and the fires burned out, it became clear that the old world was gone forever. The doom of Valyria had not just destroyed a city or an empire, it had ended an age. The survivors would have to build something new from the ashes of the old. And in that building, the Game of Thrones would take on dimensions that none of the ancient players could have imagined. The wheel of history had turned with devastating finality, and from its revolution would come new kingdoms, new conflicts, and new legends that would echo through the ages. In the wake of the doom, the known world convulsed like a body in its death throes. where once the iron grip of Valyrian authority had maintained a brutal but stable order across 3 continents. Now there was only chaos. The fall of the greatest empire in history created a power vacuum, so vast that entire civilizations were sucked into the maelstrom that followed. What the chroniclers would later call the Century of Blood was not merely a period of warfare and upheaval. It was the violent birth of a new world order, written in the ashes of the old and paid for with the lives of millions. The immediate aftermath of the Doom was a communications disaster that multiplied the initial catastrophe exponentially. News of Valyria's destruction traveled slowly in those days, carried by traders and refugees who themselves could barely comprehend what they had witnessed. For months, the governors and client kings who ruled Valyrian territories in the name of the Dragon Lords continued to send reports and tribute to a capital that no longer existed. When the truth finally spread, it did so like wildfire, igniting rebellions and wars across the known world. As every ambitious lord and general saw an opportunity to claim what had once belonged to the masters of dragons, the free cities, those proud settlements that had grown wealthy under Valyrian protection, suddenly found themselves alone and vulnerable in a world that had forgotten the meaning of mercy. Volantis, the first daughter of Valyria and the greatest of the free cities, attempted to step into the vacuum left by the Dragon Lords. The old blood families that ruled the city declared themselves the rightful heirs to the Valyrian legacy, claiming dominion over all the former territories of the freehold. They mustered the largest army that had been seen since the fall of Old Giz. Hundreds of thousands of slaves and mercenaries marching under the black walls of the ancient city. But Volantis discovered that claiming an empire was far easier than conquering one. The other free cities, each jealous of their independence and suspicious of Valentine ambitions, formed alliances to resist what they saw as a new form of tyranny. Tyro, Lys, and Myr, the so-called daughters, war participants, put aside their traditional rivalries to face the common threat from the east. The wars that followed were fought with a savagery that shocked even those who had lived through the collapse of Valyria, as ancient cities were burned and entire populations were sold into slavery. The disputed lands, those fertile territories that had been fought over for centuries, became a charlhouse where the ambitions of the free cities met and clashed in endless cycles of violence. Armies marched back and forth across the blood-soaked soil, leaving behind a landscape of ruins and mass graves. The great city of Norvos attempted to remain neutral in the conflicts, but neutrality was a luxury that few could afford in those chaotic times. The bearded priests who ruled the city found themselves forced to choose sides, their ancient isolationism shattered by the realities of a world at war. Braavos, the secret city that had been founded by escaped slaves in the mists of a hidden lagoon, emerged from the shadows during this period to claim its place among the great powers of the world. The city's unique position as a haven for the oppressed gave it moral authority that the other free cities lacked, while its vast wealth, accumulated through centuries of careful trade and banking, provided the resources needed to project power beyond its borders. The Sea Lord of Braavos began to play the Game of Thrones with a skill that would have impressed even the ancient Dragon Lords, using gold and diplomacy, where others relied on steel and fire. The Arsenal of Braavos, that great shipyard where the city's fleet was built and maintained, worked day and night to produce the vessels that would carry Braavosi influence across the narrow sea. The purple ships of Braavos became a common sight in ports from Pentos to Old Town. their captains serving as both merchants and spies for the secret city. The Iron Bank, which had begun as a simple repository for the wealth of escaped slaves, grew into the most powerful financial institution in the known world, its loans determining the fate of kingdoms and its debt collectors becoming figures of legend and terror. On the Great Grass Sea, the Dothraki horsemen took advantage of the chaos to expand their territory far beyond its traditional boundaries. The nomadic Khazars, no longer constrained by Valyrian military power, swept down from the steppes to raid the settled lands with unprecedented boldness. The great Khazars, who emerged during this period, became the stuff of legend, their names spoken with fear, from the Bone Mountains to the free cities. Kalmo, whose Khazar was said to number 100,000 riders, ravaged the countryside around Khazars until the city's defenders were forced to hire 3,000 Unsullied to drive him back. The battle between the Dothraki and the Unsullied outside the walls of Kuhor became one of the defining moments of the Century of Blood. The legendary discipline and training of the slave soldiers of Astapor was tested against the wild fury and mobility of the horse lords in a contest that lasted from dawn to dusk. When the battle ended, 18 Dothraki lay dead for every fallen Unsullied, and Kaltimo himself had been slain by a spear thrust from the ranks of the eunuch warriors. The victory established the reputation of the Unsullied as the finest infantry in the world, while demonstrating that even the mighty Dothraki could be defeated by disciplined resistance. In Slaver's Bay, the ancient cities of Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor struggled to maintain their independence against waves of invaders and rebels. The great masters who ruled these cities had grown wealthy and complacent under Valyrian protection. Their power based on the vast slave armies that worked their fields and fought their battles. But the collapse of the freehold had unleashed forces that even the Unsullied could not contain. Slave revolts erupted across the region, led by former gladiators and freed prisoners who had nothing left to lose and everything to gain. The most significant of these revolts was led by a former pit fighter known only as the Harpy's Son, a man whose real name was lost to history, but whose legacy would endure for centuries. He united the scattered rebel groups under a single banner, promising freedom to all who would follow him, and death to any who stood in his way. The rebellion he led came closer to overthrowing the institution of slavery in Slaver's Bay than any movement before or since. Sweeping across the countryside like wildfire and laying siege to all three of the great cities simultaneously, the great master's response was as brutal as it was effective. They unleashed their Unsullied against the rebels without mercy, while hiring sellsword companies from across the narrow sea to reinforce their own armies. The fighting that followed was genocidal in its scope, as entire populations were enslaved or exterminated in the name of maintaining order. The Harpy's Son himself was eventually captured and crucified along the road between Meereen and Yunkai, his body left as a warning to any who would challenge the ancient order of things. Yet even as some regions descended into chaos, others used the absence of Valyrian authority to flourish in ways that had been impossible under the Dragon Lords. The Summer Islands, protected by distance in the sea, experienced a golden age of art and culture as refugees from the mainland brought new ideas and techniques to their tropical paradise. The princes of the Summer Isles, who had long chafed under Valyrian demands for tribute and trade concessions, found themselves free to develop their own unique civilization. The swan ships of the Summer Islands became a symbol of this newfound freedom, their elegantly curved hulls and billowing white sails carrying exotic goods and strange tales to ports throughout the known world. The islanders developed new forms of art and music that blended their ancient traditions with influences from the refugees who had fled the destruction of Valyria. Their golden heart bows, crafted from the sacred trees that grew only in their archipelago, became prized possessions among warriors and hunters across Essos and Westeros. The eastern reaches of the former Valyrian Empire experienced their own unique form of transformation during the Century of Blood. The ancient cities of Yiti and Lang, which had maintained their independence even during the height of dragon power, found themselves beset by refugees and raiders seeking to escape the chaos further west. The Azure Emperor of Yiti closed his borders and turned inward, focusing on internal conflicts and the eternal struggle against the demons that plagued his northern frontiers. The isolation that resulted allowed Yiti to preserve its ancient culture and traditions, but also left it increasingly disconnected from the broader currents of world history. As Shy by the Shadow, that mysterious city at the edge of the known world became a magnet for sorcerers and mystics seeking to understand what had caused the doom of Valyria. The Shadowbinders and Red Priests, who dwelt in the ancient black stone buildings, claimed to possess knowledge that could prevent future catastrophes. But their price for sharing such wisdom was always higher than any sane person would be willing to pay. Strange lights were seen dancing over the city during this period, and traders who ventured too close reported hearing voices, speaking in languages that predated human civilization. The religious upheavals that accompanied the political chaos were perhaps even more significant than the wars themselves. The old gods of Valyria had died with their worshippers in the Doom, leaving a spiritual vacuum that competing faiths rushed to fill. The Lord of Light, whose Red Priests had long proclaimed the coming of a great darkness, saw their influence grow dramatically as people sought explanations for the catastrophe that had befallen the world. The priests of Ruler preached that the Doom had been a necessary cleansing, a purification by fire that would prepare the world for the coming of Azor Ahai reborn. The faith of the Seven, which had spread throughout Westeros during the Andal invasions, found new converts among the refugees who fled across the narrow sea. The promise of salvation and order that the faith offered was particularly appealing to those who had witnessed the collapse of everything they had once believed to be permanent and unchanging. Septons and Scepters traveled the roads of Essos, spreading their message of hope and redemption to anyone who would listen. Even stranger cults emerged from the chaos, worshipping new gods born from the trauma of the Doom. The Church of Starry Wisdom gained followers among former Valyrian colonists who believed that the destruction of their homeland had been caused by stellar influences and cosmic forces beyond human comprehension. The cult of the Shrouded Lord arose in the ruins along the Rhoyne, centered around a figure who was said to be neither fully alive nor completely dead, a being who ruled over the stone men and the mists that haunted the river's poisoned waters. The economic consequences of the Century of Blood were as far-reaching as the political ones. Trade routes that had operated safely for centuries became impassable due to war and piracy. The great commercial networks that had connected the far corners of the known world broke down as cities were destroyed and populations displaced. The value of Valyrian goods, particularly the legendary steel weapons and magical artifacts, skyrocketed as supplies dwindled and demand remained high. A single Valyrian steel sword became worth more than a lordship, while the few remaining dragon eggs were beyond price altogether. New trade routes emerged to replace the old ones. often following paths that would have been considered too dangerous or unprofitable in Valyrian times. The merchants of Braavos pioneered shipping lanes that avoided the most war-torn regions, using their knowledge of winds and currents to find safer passages across the narrow sea. The caravans that still braved the land routes grew larger and more heavily guarded, resembling military expeditions more than commercial ventures. The technological innovations that emerged during this period were largely driven by military necessity. The constant warfare demanded new weapons and tactics, while the breakdown of established supply chains forced craftsmen to develop substitutes for materials that were no longer available. The crossbow, previously considered a crude weapon suitable only for hunting and siege work, was refined and improved until it became a battlefield weapon capable of penetrating the finest armor. New forms of Greek fire were developed to replace the dragon fire that was no longer available for siege warfare. The social changes brought about by the Century of Blood were perhaps the most profound of all. The rigid hierarchies that had characterized Valyrian society were swept away, replaced by more fluid arrangements based on military prowess and personal loyalty, rather than ancient bloodlines. Former slaves found themselves leading armies, while noble houses that had ruled for centuries were reduced to beggary. The very concept of legitimacy was called into question as self-made warlords carved out kingdoms from the ruins of the old order. Women traditionally excluded from power in most of the free cities found new opportunities in the chaos that followed the doom. The absence of established authority created space for capable individuals to rise regardless of their birth or gender. Several of the most successful military commanders of the period were women who had seized power through force of arms and held it through cunning and ruthlessness. The warrior queen Vesa of Lys became legendary for her victories against both Valentine armies and Dothraki raiders, while the pirate admiral Alison the Black terrorized shipping from the Stepstones to the Summer Sea. The mercenary companies that had long served the various powers of Essos found themselves in unprecedented demand during the Century of Blood. The Golden Company, founded by the exiled Targaryen pretender Igor Rivers, became one of the most feared military forces in the known world. Their motto, "Beneath the gold, the bitter steel," reflected both their mercenary nature and their underlying political ambitions. The Second Sons, the Windblown, and dozens of other companies roamed the continent, selling their services to the highest bidder and changing the course of history with their bronze and steel. As the decades passed and the initial chaos began to settle into more stable patterns, new powers emerged to fill the vacuum left by Valyria's fall. The free cities, having survived the worst of the warfare, began to establish their own spheres of influence. Braavos emerged as the dominant naval power, its fleets patrolling trade routes from the Shivering Sea to the Summer Sea. Volantis, despite its failed attempt at empire, remained a major force in the east, its vast slave armies and ancient wealth allowing it to maintain its position among the great powers. The Dothraki, having carved out the largest land empire in the known world, settled into a pattern of seasonal migration and raiding that would define the Great Grass Sea for centuries to come. The cows who emerged victorious from the conflicts of the Century of Blood established the traditions and customs that would govern Dothraki society, creating a warrior culture that prized strength above all else and viewed the settled peoples of the world as sheep to be harvested at will. In the Far East, the cities of Slavers Bay managed to restore their ancient institutions after crushing the various rebellions that had threatened their existence. The great masters rebuilt their pyramids higher than before, while the training pits of Astapor resumed producing unsullied warriors for sale to the highest bidder. The scars of the slave revolts remained visible in the increased brutality with which the ruling classes maintained their control. But the basic structure of their society proved resilient enough to survive even the chaos of the century of blood. As the world slowly stabilized into new patterns of power and authority, the survivors of the Great Catastrophe began to assess what had been lost and what had been gained. The Valyrian Empire, for all its faults, had provided a framework of order that had allowed trade and civilization to flourish across vast distances. Its destruction had unleashed forces of chaos and violence that had taken generations to contain, but it had also created opportunities for peoples and cultures that had been suppressed under dragon rule. The century of blood was drawing to a close, but its legacy would endure for thousands of years. The political map of the known world had been redrawn in blood and fire. While new traditions and institutions had emerged from the ashes of the old, the stage was set for the next great drama in the history of the world. As the survivors of the chaos looked westward across the narrow sea to a land that had remained largely untouched by the great upheavals, the Targaryens on Dragonstone, the last of the Dragon Lords, were beginning to dream of conquest once again, their eyes fixed on the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and the Iron Throne that awaited whoever was strong enough to claim it. On the volcanic island of Dragonstone, where the salt winds carried whispers of ancient power and the black stone towers reached towards storm-clouded skies, the last of the Dragon Lords prepared to change the course of history. Aegon Targaryen, first of his name, stood on the battlements of his ancestral seat and gazed westward across the narrow sea toward the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. In his veins flowed the blood of old Valyria, while behind him, in the smoking peaks of the island, 3 dragons rested in the warmth of volcanic vents, their scales gleaming like polished metal in the firelight. The decision to conquer Westeros had not come suddenly to Aegon. For years, he had watched the endless conflicts between the kings and queens who ruled the fractured realm across the water. The Storm King warred with the Dornish princes, the King of the Rock schemed against the King of the Reach, and the Ironborn raided the coasts with impunity. While the River Kings proved too weak to unite their scattered holdings, Westeros was a realm divided against itself, ripe for conquest by a power that could unite its disparate parts under a single crown. But Aegon possessed advantages that no previous conqueror had enjoyed. Where others brought only armies of men, he commanded the last 3 dragons in the known world. Beleren the Black Dread, mightiest of the 3, was a creature of legend whose shadow could darken entire towns. His breath could melt stone and steel alike, while his presence on the battlefield could break the courage of the bravest warriors. Vhagar and Myrxes, the 2 smaller dragons, were no less formidable, their combined power sufficient to reduce castles to rubble and armies to ash. The Targaryen siblings, who would ride these dragons into history, were as remarkable as the beasts they commanded. Aegon himself was a man of 27 years, tall and broad-shouldered, with the distinctive silver-gold hair and purple eyes of his bloodline. He carried Blackfire, the Valyrian steel sword that had been his family's ancestral weapon, and he wore a crown of Valyrian steel and rubies that had been forged in the fires of old Valyria itself. His presence commanded respect, even from hardened warriors, for there was something about him that spoke of destiny, fulfilled in prophecy made manifest. His sister wives, Visenya and Rhaenys, were queens in their own right, each possessing skills and qualities that complemented their brother's strengths. Visenya was the warrior of the 3, stern and fierce with a sword that could match any knight in single combat. She rode Vga, the bronze-scaled dragon whose temper matched her rider's, and she carried Dark Sister, a Valyrian steel blade that sang with deadly music when drawn from its sheath. Rhaenys was the diplomat and the dreamer, beautiful and charming, where her sister was austere than martial. She flew upon Meraxus, the silver-scaled dragon, with golden eyes, and her presence could win hearts as surely as her dragon's fire could burn cities. The preparations for conquest had taken years to complete. Dragonstone's harbors filled with ships gathered from across the narrow sea, their holds packed with weapons, armor, and supplies for the campaign ahead. The Targaryen fleet was modest compared to the great armadas that had once sailed from old Valyria, but it was sufficient for the task at hand. More importantly, Aegon had gathered around him a core of loyal followers who shared his vision of a united Westeros under Targaryen rule. Corlys Baratheon, rumored to be Aen's bastard brother, though never acknowledged as such, served as the Conqueror's hand and closest advisor. A warrior of proven skill and a general of considerable ability, Corlys had helped plan the invasion strategy and would lead the ground forces while the Targaryens took to the skies on Dragonback. The other lords and knights who had sworn themselves to Auchen's cause were a mixture of exiles, younger sons, and ambitious men who saw opportunity in the coming war. The invasion began not with a great battle, but with a landing so unremarkable that many of the local lords initially dismissed it as just another raid. Aegon's forces came ashore at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, where the river met Blackwater Bay in a maze of mudflats and tidal marshes. The location had been chosen carefully for its strategic value rather than its defensive strength. From here, Aegon could strike north toward the Riverlands, south toward the Stormlands, or west toward the Crownlands and the heart of Westeros. The first castle to fall was not taken by siege or storm, but simply abandoned by its defenders when they learned that dragons were in the field. The first castle to fall was not taken by siege or storm, but simply abandoned by its defenders when they learned that dragons were in the field. It did not taken by siege or storm, but simply abandoned by its defenders when they learned that dragons were in the field. The first castle to fall was not taken by siege or storm, but simply abandoned by its defenders. Then the first castle to fall was not taken by siege or storm, but simply abandoned by its defenders. Then the first castle to fall was not taken by siege or storm. The sight of Balerians circling overhead was enough to convince the garrison of a minor keep that resistance was futile, and they opened their gates without a fight. This pattern would repeat itself throughout the early stages of the conquest. As word of the dragon spread faster than the Targaryen army itself, many lords chose submission over destruction, bending the knee to preserve their lands and their lives. But not all of the Seven Kingdoms rulers were willing to yield without a fight. King Harren the Black, master of the Iron Islands and conqueror of the Riverlands, had just completed the construction of Harrenhal, the greatest castle ever built in Westeros. Its massive towers and thick walls were designed to withstand any conventional siege, and Harren believed that his stronghold could resist even dragon fire. He was wrong, and his error would cost him everything. The burning of Harrenhal became the first great demonstration of dragon power in Westeros, a spectacle that would be remembered for 1,000 years. When Aegon's demands for submission were refused, he simply climbed onto Balerion's back and flew to the castle the Heron had thought impregnable. The Black Dread's flames turned the great towers into vast chimneys, while the stone walls became furnaces that cooked everyone inside. Heron and his sons died in the highest tower of their own castle, their bodies found fused to molten stone and metal. The destruction of Harrenhal sent shockwaves throughout Westeros, proving that no castle was safe from dragon attack, and no king too powerful to fall. The River Kings, who had chafed under Ironborn rule, quickly declared for Aang, grateful for liberation from their harsh masters. The great houses of the Riverlands, the Tullys and Mallisters and Brackens and Blackwoods, bent the knee and offered their swords to the Dragon King. In a single night of fire, Aegon had gained control of the Riverlands and demonstrated the futility of resistance. The kings of Westeros began to realize that they faced a threat unlike any they had encountered before. Traditional military wisdom was useless against an enemy who could strike from the sky without warning, while the strongest castles offered no protection against dragonfire. Some chose to unite against the common threat, while others sought to make separate peace with the conqueror. The ancient alliances and enmities that had defined Westerosi politics for centuries were suddenly rendered meaningless by the presence of dragons. King Moon Gardener of the Reach and King Loren Nipisses Lannister of the Rock decided to combine their forces in a great alliance that would drive the Dragon King back across the narrow sea. Their combined army was the largest that had ever been assembled in Westeros. 60,000 men marching under the banners of roses and lions. The flower of Westerosi chivalry rode with them, knights whose ancestors had fought with honor for 1,000 years. They were confident that no force on earth could stand against their assembled might. The Battle of the Field of Fire proved them tragically wrong. The Allied army had chosen their ground carefully, deploying on a broad plain where their superior numbers would give them maximum advantage. Their battle lines stretched for miles, bristling with spears and banners, while their heavy cavalry waited in reserve for the decisive charge that would shatter the Targaryen forces. It should have been a glorious victory for the ancient ways of warfare, a triumph of courage and steel over sorcery and flame. Instead, it became a demonstration of how dragons had changed the nature of war itself. Aegon and his sisters took to the sky. As the battle began, their 3 dragons breathing fire down upon the packed formations below. The knights, who had looked so magnificent in their polished armor, became torches within their steel shells, while the common soldiers broke and fled in panic as flames swept through their ranks. The charge of the heavy cavalry, which had been planned as the decisive moment of the battle, became a rout as horses screamed and refused to advance toward the dragons overhead. King M died in that field of fire, along with his sons and heirs, ending the ancient line of Gardener kings that had ruled the Reach for thousands of years. King Loren managed to escape the slaughter, but his army was broken and his kingdom lay open to conquest. The great lords of the Reach, seeing their king dead and their forces scattered, had no choice but to submit to Aegon's rule. House Tyrell, the stewards of Highgarden, were elevated to lordship over the Reach in reward for their quick submission. The conquest of the West followed a different pattern, as King Loren chose diplomacy over destruction, rather than face another field of fire. He traveled to Aegon's camp under a banner of truce and bent the knee before the Iron Throne that had not yet been forged. His submission preserved his family's rule over Castelli Rock and the Western lands, though they would henceforth serve as lords rather than kings. The gold of Casterly Rock would prove invaluable in funding the new realm that Aegon was building from the ashes of the old. The Stormlands presented their own unique challenges, as the Storm Kings had fortified their realm with a network of castles that commanded every major pass and road. Storm's End itself, the great seat of House Durrandon, was considered impregnable even to dragons. Its massive walls curved to deflect both conventional missiles and dragon fire. King Argulac the Arrogant, last of the Storm Kings, prepared for a siege that he believed could last for years. But Aegon had learned from his earlier campaigns that direct assault was not always the most effective strategy. Instead of besieging Storm's End, he sent Aerys Baratheon to lead a carefully planned campaign that isolated the castle from its supporting strongholds. One by one, the lesser keeps of the Stormlands fell to combined assault by ground forces and dragons, cutting off Storm's End from reinforcement and supply. When King Argulac finally emerged to give battle, he found himself outnumbered and outmaneuvered by an enemy who had learned to use both traditional tactics and dragon power with devastating effectiveness. The Battle of the Last Storm saw the end of the ancient Durrandon dynasty and the rise of House Baratheon to lordship over the Stormlands. Aerys Baratheon, having slain King Argulac in single combat, took not only his lands and castle, but also his daughter and his words. "Ours is the fury" became the motto of the new House Baratheon, while the crowned stag remained their sigil in honor of the Storm Kings they had replaced. With 4 of the 7 kingdoms under his control, Aegon turned his attention to the remaining holdouts. The Vale of Arryn, protected by its mountain passes and the impregnable Eyrie, remained under the rule of the boy king, Ronald Arryn, and his mother, the formidable Queen Regent, Chara. The north, vast and sparsely populated, was ruled by King Torrhen Stark from his seat at Winterfell. Dawn, with its desert strongholds and tradition of guerrilla warfare, prepared for the long campaign that its princes knew was coming. Each of these remaining kingdoms would require a different approach, as Aegon had learned that successful conquest required more than just superior military force. The dragons gave him the power to destroy any castle or army, but building a lasting realm required the consent of the governed and the cooperation of the existing power structures. The Game of Thrones had become more complex than simple conquest, evolving into a delicate balance of diplomacy, intimidation, and strategic vision. As the first year of conquest drew to a close, Aegon established his court on the hill where he had first landed, the site that would become King's Landing. There, amid the mud and marsh of the Blackwater Rush, he began to plan not just the completion of his conquests, but the creation of a new kind of kingdom. The Iron Throne that would become the symbol of his rule was still just a dream, but the realm that would support it was already taking shape under the shadow of dragon wings. The wheel of history had turned once again, carrying Westeros toward a future that none of its ancient kings could have imagined. The age of the 7 kingdoms was ending, and the age of the Iron Throne was about to begin. The crown that rested upon Aegon's brow in the Great Sept of Baelor had been forged from the melted swords of his enemies. But the kingdom he ruled was built from something far more precious and enduring: the willing submission of those he had conquered. The transformation of 7 independent realms into a single unified kingdom was perhaps a greater achievement than the military conquest that had preceded it. Where the dragons had won the throne through fire and blood, it would be wisdom and statecraft that would keep it for the Targaryen dynasty for nearly 3 centuries. King's Landing rose from the mudflats of the Blackwater like a flower blooming in ashes. What had begun as Aegon's military camp evolved with remarkable speed into the greatest city in Westeros, drawing people from across the 7 kingdoms who sought opportunity in the new order. Merchants arrived with goods from across the narrow sea. Craftsmen came to build the palaces and temples that a royal capital required, and ambitious lords brought their households to court in hopes of winning favor with the new dynasty. The hill where Aegon had first set foot in Westeros became the site of the Red Keep, a massive fortress that would serve as both royal residence and seat of government for generations to come. The construction of the Red Keep was a marvel of engineering and artistry that rivaled anything built since the fall of Valyria. Aegon commanded vast resources drawn from across his new kingdom, and he used them to create a palace worthy of the Iron Throne. The Great Hall, where the twisted metal seat sat in brooding splendor, was designed to impress and intimidate visitors. Its soaring ceiling, decorated with dragons wrought in iron and gold. The throne room itself became a stage where the drama of ruling would be performed for centuries. Each king adding his own character to the ancient seat of power. The Iron Throne itself was Aegon's masterstroke of political symbolism, a physical manifestation of conquest that reminded everyone who saw it of the price of rebellion. Forged from the swords of defeated enemies by Balerian's dragonfire, the throne was deliberately uncomfortable, bristling with blades that cut any who sat upon it carelessly. Aegon intended it as a reminder that ruling was not a privilege to be enjoyed, but a responsibility to be endured, and that power came with its own inherent dangers. The administrative system that Aegon established to govern his new realm was a careful blend of Valyrian efficiency and Westerosi tradition. He understood that successful rule required more than just the threat of dragonfire. It needed the cooperation of the existing noble houses and the acceptance of the common people. The feudal structure that had governed the 7 kingdoms for centuries was preserved, but it was unified under the authority of the Iron Throne. The great lords who had once been kings became wardens and lords paramount, maintaining their traditional authority over their ancestral lands while acknowledging the supremacy of the Targaryen crown. The Hand of the King, a position that Aegon created to serve as his chief minister and deputy, became one of the most powerful offices in the realm. Orys Baratheon, the first to hold this title, established many of the precedents that would govern the position for centuries to come. The Hand spoke with the king's voice and ruled in his name when necessary, making the office both crucial to effective governance and potentially dangerous to any king who chose his deputy unwisely. The golden pin that marked the Hand's authority, shaped like a grasping hand, became one of the most recognized symbols of power in Westeros. The small council that advised the king and administered the realm's day-to-day affairs was another Aegon innovation that proved its worth over the generations. The Master of Laws, Master of Coin, Master of Ships, and other council positions were filled by men chosen for their competence rather than their birth, creating a meritocratic element within the feudal system. This balance between traditional nobility and administrative efficiency would prove crucial to the Targaryen dynasty's longevity, allowing it to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining the support of the established power structure. The King's Guard, the elite brotherhood of 7 knights sworn to protect the king and his family, represented Aegon's attempt to create a new chivalry ideal that transcended regional loyalties. These knights took vows of celibacy and poverty, dedicating their lives entirely to their royal charges. The white cloaks and armor that marked their rank became symbols of honor and duty throughout the realm, while the stories of their deeds inspired countless young men to seek similar glory. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard, traditionally the greatest knight in the realm, served as both military advisor and personal protector to the king. The faith of the Seven, which had arrived in Westeros with the Andal invasions, found new prominence under Targaryen rule as Aegon sought to create unity among his diverse subjects. While the Targaryens themselves maintained many Valyrian customs, including the practice of sibling marriage that horrified conventional Westerosi sensibilities, they publicly embraced the dominant religion of their new kingdom. The High Septon, who crowned Aegon in the Great Sept of Baelor, legitimized the conquest in the eyes of the faithful, while the royal patronage of the faith helped to spread Targaryen authority into every corner of the realm. Yet, this alliance between crown and faith was not without its tensions. The Targaryen practice of plural marriage and their belief in their own divine destiny conflicted with many of the faith's teachings, creating theological controversies that would plague the dynasty throughout its rule. The doctrine of Targaryen exceptionalism, which held that the royal family was above the common laws of men due to their dragon blood, became a source of ongoing conflict with religious authorities who preached the equality of all souls before the Seven. The economic transformation of Westeros under Targaryen rule was as dramatic as the political changes. The end of constant warfare between the 7 kingdoms allowed trade to flourish as never before, while the royal roads that connected King's Landing to every corner of the realm facilitated the movement of goods and people. The Targaryen fleet, built around the surviving dragons and the ships that had carried Aegon's army from Dragonstone, secured the sea lanes and protected merchant vessels from pirates and raiders. The prosperity that resulted from this newfound security helped to cement Targaryen rule in the hearts and minds of the common people. The legal system that Aegon established represented another crucial element in the transformation of 7 kingdoms into one. While local laws and customs were largely preserved, the crown created a framework of royal justice that superseded regional variations when necessary. The king's justice, administered by royal magistrates and enforced by royal troops, ensured that the most serious crimes were punished according to uniform standards throughout the realm. This legal unity helped to create a sense of shared identity among the diverse peoples of Westeros, gradually transforming them from subjects of various kings into citizens of a single kingdom. The cultural flowering that accompanied political unification was perhaps the most subtle but enduring legacy of Aegon's conquest. The mixing of traditions from different regions created new forms of art, music, and literature that reflected the hybrid nature of the new kingdom. The troubadours who traveled from castle to castle, carrying news and entertainment, helped to spread stories of Targaryen greatness while also preserving local traditions and customs. The great tournaments that became a hallmark of Targaryen rule provided venues where knights from different regions could compete and mingle, creating bonds of friendship and rivalry that transcended ancient regional boundaries. The dragons themselves became central to the cultural identity of the new kingdom, inspiring artists and poets while serving as powerful symbols of royal authority. The sight of Baelor flying over King's Landing was a daily reminder of the power that had united the realm, while the smaller dragons ridden by Visenya and Rhaenys became beloved figures in their own right. children throughout the kingdom grew up with dragon stories, while craftsmen created countless representations of the great beasts in every medium, from tapestry to stained glass. The military reforms that Aegon implemented during his reign laid the foundation for centuries of Targaryen dominance. A royal army, drawn from all 7 kingdoms and trained to common standards, could be deployed anywhere in the realm to maintain order or repel invasion. The dragon riders themselves formed an elite force that could respond to threats with unprecedented speed. While the growing Targaryen fleet provided the mobility needed to project power across the narrow sea, these military innovations ensured that the unified kingdom could defend itself against both internal rebellion and external threats. The death of Queen Rhaenys during the conquest of Dawn marked the first great tragedy of the Targaryen dynasty, demonstrating that even dragons were not invincible. Her loss at Hellholt, where Meraxes was brought down by a lucky scorpion bolt, shocked the kingdom and reminded everyone that the royal family's power, while great, was not unlimited. The grief that Aegon displayed at his sister-wife's death humanized him in the eyes of his subjects, while the terrible vengeance he wreaked upon Dawn in response reminded them of the consequences of defying royal authority. The establishment of the Dragon Pit in King's Landing represented Aegon's attempt to ensure the survival of his dynasty's greatest advantage. This massive underground complex, carved from the living rock beneath the city, provided a secure home for the royal dragons, while also serving as a symbol of Targaryen power. The dome that covered the pit became one of the most recognizable landmarks in King's Landing, while the carefully trained dragon keepers who tended the great beasts became legendary figures in their own right. The succession question that would plague the Targaryen dynasty for centuries first arose during Aegon's reign, as the complex relationships between his sister wives and their children created ambiguities in the line of inheritance. The crown's decision to favor male heirs over female ones, despite the crucial role that Visenya and Rhaenys had played in the conquest, established precedents that would later tear the kingdom apart. A great council that would eventually be convened to resolve succession disputes had its origins in the informal consultations that Aegon held with his greatest lords when difficult decisions needed to be made. The integration of the Iron Islands into the new kingdom presented unique challenges that required careful handling. The Ironborn culture of reaving and raiding conflicted with the Targaryen vision of a peaceful realm, while their worship of the drowned god set them apart from the mainland's faith of the Seven. Aegon's decision to allow them to maintain their traditional ways, while gradually encouraging them to seek glory in royal service rather than piracy, represented a masterful example of political compromise that preserved both royal authority and local autonomy. As Aegon's reign progressed, the transformation of Westeros from a collection of warring kingdoms into a unified realm began to seem inevitable and natural. The generation that had known the old kings died off, replaced by younger lords who had grown up under Targaryen rule and accepted it as the natural order of things. The customs and traditions that Aegon established during these early years would endure for centuries, creating the framework within which future kings would rule and future crises would be resolved. The legacy of Aegon's reign extended far beyond the borders of Westeros itself. The establishment of the Iron Throne as the premier seat of power in the known world shifted the balance of international politics. making King's Landing a destination for ambassadors and merchants from across the narrow sea. The Targaryen fleet projected royal power into distant waters, while the threat of dragon retaliation deterred potential enemies from threatening the kingdom's interests abroad. The wheel of history had turned completely, transforming a collection of feuding kingdoms into the mightiest realm in the known world. The Age of Conquest had ended, but the Age of Kings had truly begun, with the Iron Throne standing as the ultimate prize in the eternal Game of Thrones. The seeds of the greatest civil war in Westerosi history were planted in love, watered with ambition, and grew into a tree whose bitter fruit would poison the Targaryen dynasty for generations. King Viserys III, king of his name to sit the Iron Throne, was by all accounts a good man and a peaceful ruler who desired nothing more than to preserve the prosperity and unity that his forebears had built. Yet it was his very kindness, his reluctance to make the hard choices that kingship sometimes demanded, that would ultimately tear his kingdom apart and reduce the number of dragons in the world from dozens to a mere handful. The tragedy began with love, as so many great tragedies do. Viserys had been happily married to Queen Aemma Arryn, a gentlewoman who had given him a daughter, Princess Rhea, but had struggled to provide the male heir that the realm expected. When Queen Aemma died in childbirth, along with the son she had tried so desperately to deliver, Viserys was left a widower with a daughter he adored, but whom many believed could never rule in her own right. The king's grief was profound and genuine, but political necessity demanded that he remarry and attempt to father the son that would secure the succession. His choice of a second wife would prove fateful beyond all imagining. Rather than making a politically advantageous match with one of the great houses, Viserys followed his heart and married Alicent Hightower, the young daughter of his hand, Otto Hightower. Alicent was beautiful and intelligent, possessed of all the grace and wisdom that a queen should have, but she was also ambitious, and her family was even more so. The Hightowers of Old Town were one of the oldest and wealthiest houses in Westeros, with connections to the faith of the Seven that gave them influence throughout the realm. They saw in Alicent's marriage an opportunity to place their own blood on the Iron Throne. Princess Rhaenyra, who had been her father's beloved heir and the apple of his eye, suddenly found herself displaced in the royal household by a stepmother only a few years older than herself. The relationship between the two women began cordially enough, but as Alicent began bearing sons to King Viserys, the natural rivalry between them grew into something darker and more dangerous. Prince Aegon, born in the second year of his parents' marriage, was followed by Prince Aemon and Prince Daeron, giving the king the male heirs he had longed for, but also creating a succession crisis that would define the remainder of his reign. The question of who should inherit the Iron Throne after Viserys became the central political issue of the day. By ancient law and tradition, the crown should pass to the king's eldest son, which would make Prince Aegon the rightful heir. But Viserys had publicly declared Rhaenyra his successor years before his sons were born, and he had compelled all the great lords of the realm to swear oaths of fealty to her. The king's refusal to change his designation, even after fathering male heirs, created a constitutional crisis that split the court and eventually the kingdom itself. The faction that supported Princess Rhaenyra's claim came to be known as the Blacks, after the color of her dragons and the banners carried by her supporters. They argued that the king's word was law, and that the oaths sworn to Rhaenyra were sacred bonds that could not be broken. The princess herself was a formidable claimant, beautiful and intelligent like her stepmother, but with a strength of will that reminded many of Queen Desenia. She had married Cers Rainier of Valerian, uniting her cause with the powerful maritime house that controlled the royal fleet, and she had borne 3 sons who would carry forward the Targaryen bloodline. The faction supporting Prince Aegon became known as the Greens, taking their name from the color that Queen Alicent had worn to Rhea's wedding as a subtle statement of opposition. They contended that no amount of royal proclamations could overturn the natural law that decreed male heirs took precedence over female ones. Prince Aegon, though younger than his half-sister, was the king's eldest surviving son and therefore the rightful heir, according to the precedents established by the Great Council that had chosen Viserys himself over Princess Rhaenys decades earlier. As King Viserys aged and his health declined, the 2 factions grew more entrenched in their positions and more willing to contemplate violent solutions to the succession dispute. The court at King's Landing became a nest of intrigue and conspiracy, with lords and ladies choosing sides based on calculations of advantage rather than principles of law or loyalty. The great houses of Westeros began to align themselves with one claimant or the other. Their decisions, shaped by old grievances, marriage alliances, and promises of reward in the coming conflict. The death of King Viserys in his sleep marked the end of the last peaceful night the realm would know for years to come. Within hours of the king's passing, Queen Alicent and her supporters moved to place Aegon on the Iron Throne, crowning him in the Great Sept of Bor before word of his father's death could reach Princess Rhea Dragonstone. The Greens had prepared for this moment for years, securing the loyalty of the Gold Cloaks who guarded King's Landing and ensuring that their allies were ready to act when the time came. But Rhea had not been idle either, and when news of her father's death and her half-brother's usurpation reached her, she was ready with her own plans. At Dragonstone, surrounded by her supporters and with a dozen dragons at her command, she held her own coronation ceremony and declared Aegon II a usurper and traitor. The realm now had 2 sovereigns, each claiming to be the rightful ruler, each commanding dragons and armies, each determined to press their claim regardless of the cost. The war that followed was unlike anything Westeros had ever seen. Where previous conflicts had been fought between men with swords and spears, the Dance of Dragons was a war fought largely in the sky, with great beasts breathing fire upon armies and castles alike. The sight of dragons fighting other dragons in aerial combat was both magnificent and terrible, a spectacle that awed and horrified those who witnessed it. The very air above the battlefield became a killing ground where ancient creatures that had survived the doom of Valyria tore each other apart with tooth and claw. The first great battle of the war took place at Rook's Rest, where Queen Rhaenys and her dragon Meleys attempted to break the green siege of the castle. The battle that ensued when Prince Aemon and his dragon Fragar arrived to contest her was a preview of the carnage to come. Dragons fell from the sky like burning stars, their riders' screams lost in the roar of flame and the crash of their impact with the earth below. Queen Rhaenys, the queen who never was, died as she had lived, courageously facing overwhelming odds in service to her chosen cause. The death of dragons was not just a military loss, but a cultural catastrophe that diminished the very nature of the world. Each great beast that fell represented centuries of accumulated wisdom and power, bloodlines that stretched back to the volcanic peaks of old Valyria, connections to magic and mystery that could never be replaced. The small folk who witnessed these aerial battles wept not just for the human casualties, but for the magnificent creatures whose like would never be seen again. The war spread across the continent like wildfire, drawing in every great house and turning the realm into a patchwork of competing loyalties and ancient grudges. The Stocks of Winterfell declared for Queen Rhaenyra, honoring the oath their lord had sworn to King Viserys, while the Baratheons split between the two claimants, with Storm's End supporting the Greens and some of the lesser branches backing the Blacks. The Lannisters threw their golden weight behind Aegon II, while the Arryns of the Vale remained loyal to Rhaenyra, their young lord, guided by his mother's fierce determination to see justice done. The Riverlands became a particular focus of the conflict, as their strategic location and fertile fields made them crucial to any military campaign. The great houses of the Trident found themselves caught between competing armies, their ancient loyalties tested by the changing fortunes of war. Harrenhal, the great castle that had been built by Harren the Black and destroyed by Aegon the Conqueror, became a symbol of the war's futility as it changed hands multiple times, each occupation leaving it more ruined than before. The naval war that raged in the Narrow Sea and around the coast of Westeros was equally devastating, as the great fleets of House Valerian clashed with the Royal Navy and hired sails from across the Narrow Sea. The Stepstones, those rocky islands that controlled the sea lanes between Westeros, became a crucial battleground where fortunes could be made or lost based on the outcome of a single engagement. The burning ships that littered the waters served as fuel purs for thousands of sailors and marines, whose only crime had been choosing the wrong side in a conflict they barely understood. The most infamous battle of the entire war took place above the God's Eye, that great lake in the heart of the Riverlands where legends claimed the children of the forest had once walked on water. Prince Aemon Targaryen and Prince Daemon Targaryen, uncle and nephew locked in mortal combat, fought their final duel in the sky above the sacred waters. Both dragons, Vhagar and Caraxes, were mortally wounded in the battle, and both riders perished in the crash that followed. Their bodies never recovered from the depths of the lake that had swallowed them. The death of Prince Daemon marked a turning point in the war, as Rhaenyra lost not only her husband and strongest supporter, but also one of her most experienced dragon riders. The psychological impact of the battle above the God's Eye resonated throughout both camps, as lords and common soldiers alike began to question whether any cause was worth the destruction they were witnessing. The very skies seemed cursed, filled with the ghosts of dragons and the echoes of their dying screams. As the war dragged on, the moral authority that both sides claimed began to erode under the weight of the atrocities committed in pursuit of victory. The sack of Tumbleton, where two black dragon riders turned their coats and burned the town they had come to defend, showed how the conflict had corrupted even those who flew the noblest beasts. The riot in King's Landing, where the small folk rose up against the dragons they blamed for their suffering, demonstrated that the common people had grown weary of being caught between the ambitions of their betters. The storming of the dragon pit by the mob was perhaps the most symbolic moment of the entire war, as the citizens of King's Landing turned their fury against the dragons themselves. The great dome that had housed the royal beasts for generations became their tomb, as angry crowds armed with spears and torches drove the creatures into the flames. The sight of common blacksmiths and fishmongers killing dragons with crude weapons was both shocking and strangely liberating, proving that even the mightiest symbols of royal power could be brought low by popular fury. Queen Rhaenyra's brief occupation of King's Landing and the Iron Throne proved to be a Pyrrhic victory that cost her more than defeat might have. Her harsh treatment of those who had opposed her, including the execution of several lords who had supported Aegon II, turned potential allies into bitter enemies. The common people, who had initially welcomed her as a liberator, began to see her as just another tyrant, while her remaining supporters started to question whether her cause was truly just or merely another expression of royal ambition. The poisoning of King Aegon II marked the end of the male line of claimants, but it did not end the war. The children of both sides remained, their claims passed down like heirlooms of hatred and grief. Prince Aegon the Younger, Rhaenyra's son by Prince Daemon, emerged as the compromised candidate who could unite the exhausted factions. But his path to the throne was paved with the bones of dragons and the ashes of his family's dreams. The hour of the wolf, when Lord Cregan Stark arrived in King's Landing with his northern army to dispense justice in the name of the dead queen, represented the final act of the tragic drama. The Northern Lord's determination to see the perpetrators of the war punished regardless of their current allegiances showed that some men still believed in honor and justice, even after years of betrayal and bloodshed. His actions helped to establish the legitimacy of the new king, while ensuring that the worst criminals of the war faced appropriate punishment. The marriage of King Aegon III to his half-sister Jahara, daughter of the dead Aegon II, was intended to heal the wounds of the civil war by uniting the claims of both sides. The young king and queen, both children who had lost their parents to the conflict, became living symbols of reconciliation and hope for a better future. Their wedding was celebrated throughout the realm as the beginning of a new era of peace and prosperity. Though the scars of the war would take generations to fully heal, the dragon pit that had once housed dozens of the great beasts now stood empty and ruined, its broken dome a monument to the folly of civil war. The few surviving dragons were either too young to be ridden or too wild to be controlled, and within a generation, even these would be gone. The Age of Dragons was ending not with the glory of conquest, but with the tragedy of fratricide, as the Targaryens had proven that their greatest strength could also be their greatest weakness. The economic devastation caused by the war was perhaps even more lasting than the political consequences. Entire regions had been laid waste by dragonfire, their crops burned, and their populations scattered. The royal treasury, which had been filled with gold at the start of Viserys's reign, was now empty, the crown's debts mounting as the cost of reconstruction became clear. The great noble houses that had survived the conflict found themselves impoverished and weakened, their armies destroyed and their castles damaged. The cultural impact of the Dance of Dragons extended far beyond the immediate participants, as the common people who had witnessed the conflict developed a deep suspicion of royal power and the costs of dynastic ambition. The psalms and stories that emerged from the war painted a picture of heroism tainted by futility, of noble causes corrupted by base motives, of great deeds overshadowed by greater tragedies. The very concept of chivalry was called into question, as knights who had sworn to protect the innocent found themselves burning cities and slaughtering civilians in pursuit of victory. The religious implications of the war were equally profound, as the faith of the Seven struggled to explain how a just God could allow such devastation to befall the faithful. Some septons preached that the war was divine punishment for the Targaryens' unnatural practices, while others argued that it was a test of faith that the righteous would ultimately pass. The deaths of so many dragons, creatures that many believed to be touched by divine fire, raised theological questions that would perplex scholars for centuries to come. The diplomatic consequences of the Civil War reverberated far beyond the borders of Westeros, as the free cities and other powers across the narrow sea watched the realm tear itself apart with a mixture of horror and opportunity. Some offered military aid to one side or another, hoping to gain influence in the eventual settlement, while others simply waited to see which faction would emerge victorious. The reputation of House Targaryen as an invincible dynasty was shattered, replaced by an image of internal weakness and self-destructive tendencies. The scientific and scholarly losses caused by the war were perhaps the most tragic of all, as the accumulated knowledge of dragon lore and Valyrian magic died with the beasts and their riders. The secrets of dragon breeding, the techniques for forging Valyrian steel, and the ancient wisdom of the dragon lords were lost forever, leaving future generations poor in knowledge and power. The great library of Dragonstone, which had contained texts dating back to Old Valyria itself, was burned during one of the many raids and counter-raids of the conflict. As the survivors of the Dance of Dragons attempted to rebuild their shattered world, they faced the sobering realization that some things once broken could never be repaired. The unity that Aegon the Conqueror had forged through fire and blood had been shattered by fire and blood, leaving a kingdom that was technically whole but spiritually fractured. The Iron Throne remained, but the awe and fear that had once surrounded it were diminished, replaced by a more pragmatic understanding of the limits of royal power. The lessons of the Dance of Dragons would echo through Targaryen history for the remainder of the dynasty's rule, shaping the decisions of future kings and queens who had witnessed the consequences of civil war firsthand. The knowledge that dragons could die, that thrones could be lost, and that even the mightiest dynasties were vulnerable to internal strife became part of the royal family's collective memory, influencing their approach to succession, marriage, and the use of power for generations to come. The wheel of history had turned with devastating consequence, grinding beneath it the dreams and ambitions of an entire generation. The Age of Dragons was ending, but the Age of Bitter Memory was just beginning, as the survivors of the greatest civil war in Westerosi history attempted to build something new from the ashes of what had been lost forever. The reign of Aegon III, known to history as the Dragonbane, began with the kingdom united but broken like a sword that had been reforged but retained the memory of its shattering. The young king who sat the Iron Throne was barely 11 years old when he was crowned. A pale, serious child who had witnessed horrors that would have broken grown men. He had watched his mother, Queen Rhea, fed to a dragon, had seen his stepfather, Prince Daemon, disappear into the waters of the God's Eye, and had lived through the destruction of nearly everything his family had built over the past century and a half. The dragons that had once filled the skies of Westeros were gone, save for a few sickly creatures that grew smaller and weaker with each passing year. The great beasts that remained were shadows of their ancestors, unable to fly properly or breathe the cleansing fire that had once made the Targaryens masters of the known world. The Dragon Pit, that magnificent dome that had housed dozens of the creatures, now echoed with emptiness, its broken stones a monument to the folly of civil war. Within a generation, even these last dragons would perish, taking with them the magic that had elevated House Targaryen above all other royal dynasties. The absence of dragons changed the very nature of Targaryen rule, transforming the royal family from mere mythical figures, commanding creatures of legend, into merely the greatest of the great houses, where once a king could enforce his will through the threat of dragonfire. Now he had to rely on the same tools of diplomacy, bribery, and military force that other rulers used. The awe and terror that had kept the realm united under Targaryen rule began to fade, replaced by a more pragmatic assessment of royal power and its limitations. Aegon II's regency was marked by political instability and competing factions vying for control of the young king and the kingdom he represented. The hand of the king changed hands multiple times as different noble houses sought to influence royal policy for their own benefit. The scars of the Dance of Dragons remained fresh with survivors on both sides harboring grudges and suspicions that made effective governance nearly impossible. The realm that had once been held together by the iron grip of dragon power now had to learn to function through more conventional means of statecraft and diplomacy. The economic recovery from the Civil War proved slow and painful as entire regions struggled to rebuild from the devastation of dragonfire and conventional warfare. The royal treasury remained empty despite the crown's attempts to raise revenues through taxation and borrowing. The great noble houses that had suffered during the war were reluctant to provide the financial support that the crown desperately needed, while the common people who bore the burden of increased taxes grew restive under the weight of royal demands. The prosperity that had characterized the early Targaryen period seemed like a distant memory. The Blackfyre rebellions began during this period of weakness, as descendants of legitimized bastards pressed claims to the Iron Throne that found support among lords dissatisfied with Targaryen rule. Daemon Blackfyre, the great bastard who had been legitimized by King Aemon IV on his deathbed, represented everything that the legitimate Targaryens had lost. He was tall and strong and charismatic, skilled with sword and lance, possessed of the silver gold hair and purple eyes that marked true dragon blood. When he raised his standard in rebellion, calling himself the rightful king, many lords flocked to his banner. The first Blackfyre rebellion split the kingdom once again, though thankfully without the presence of dragons to multiply the destruction. The Battle of Redgrass Field became the decisive engagement where Daemon Blackfyre fell along with his twin sons, their deaths ending the immediate threat but not the underlying causes of discontent. The Blackfyre cause would continue to smolder for generations, erupting into open rebellion whenever royal authority seemed weak or when foreign powers sought to destabilize the Targaryen dynasty. King Daeron II, called the Good, represented a brief return to effective Targaryen rule through his marriage to Maria Martell of Dawn. This union finally brought the last of the Seven Kingdoms into the royal fold, ending centuries of Dornish independence through diplomacy rather than conquest. The integration of Dawn required delicate handling as the proud princes of the desert realm insisted on maintaining many of their traditional laws and customs. The success of this peaceful unification showed that the Targaryens could still achieve great things when they relied on wisdom rather than force. Yet even this triumph carried the seeds of future problems, as the Dornish marriage brought foreign influences into the royal court that many traditional Westerosi lords viewed with suspicion. The customs of Dawn, including their more egalitarian approach to inheritance and their tolerance for bastards, conflicted with established Westerosi practices. The children born of the royal marriage carried both Targaryen and Martell blood, creating new complexities in the succession that would trouble future generations. The reign of Aerys marked another low point in Targaryen fortunes. As the scholarly king proved more interested in books and manuscripts then in the practical business of ruling. His neglect of governmental affairs allowed ambitious lords to pursue their own agendas, while the crown's authority continued to erode. The great spring sickness that swept through Westeros during his reign killed tens of thousands and demonstrated the monarchy's inability to protect its subjects from natural disasters. The king's own death from the plague seemed to symbolize the dynasty's helplessness in the face of forces beyond its control. The succession of Maekha brought military competence back to the throne, but his reign was marked by continued rebellions and the ongoing challenge of maintaining royal authority without dragons. The Second Blackfire Rebellion, though unsuccessful, showed that the underlying tensions in the realm remained unresolved. The king's harsh methods of suppressing dissent alienated many lords who might otherwise have supported the crown, while his military campaigns drained the treasury and exhausted the kingdom's resources. The tragedy at Summerhall, where King Aegon Fee and Prince Duncan perished in the flames that consumed the royal summer palace, became a symbol of Targaryen hubris and the price of attempting to restore the family's lost glory. The king's obsession with hatching dragon eggs using wildfire and dark magic in his desperate attempts to bring the great beasts back to life resulted in a conflagration that killed much of the royal family and destroyed one of their most beautiful residences. The irony that Targaryens, who had once commanded dragonfire, should die in flames of their own making was not lost on those who chronicled the dynasty's decline. The reign of Jaehaerys II was brief but significant. As the king attempted to restore royal prestige to traditional means of statecraft and marriage alliances, his efforts to strengthen ties with the great houses through carefully arranged marriages showed a pragmatic understanding of the new realities of Targaryen rule. However, his reign was overshadowed by the growing threat from across the Narrow Sea, where the exiled Blackfire pretenders continued to plot their return with the support of foreign powers. The War of the Nine Penny Kings brought the Blackfire threat to a climax, as Me the Monstrous led a coalition of exiles and sellswords in an attempt to conquer Westeros. The royal response, led by Prince Aerys and his friends, successfully repelled the invasion, but at great cost. The victory at the Stepstones eliminated the last of the Blackfire male line, but demonstrated how vulnerable the kingdom remained to external threats. The young princes who fought in the war, including the future Mad King Aerys II, were shaped by the violence they witnessed and the responsibilities thrust upon them. The cultural changes that accompanied the dynasty's political decline were equally significant, as the realm gradually adapted to life without dragons. The songs and stories that had once celebrated Targaryen greatness began to take on a more melancholy tone, focusing on past glories rather than present achievements. The great tournaments and festivals that had marked the height of royal power became smaller and less frequent, while the courtly culture that had flourished under earlier kings grew more introspective and pessimistic. The faith of the Seven, which had been carefully managed by earlier Targaryen kings, began to reassert its independence as royal power weakened. The High Septons of this period were less willing to bend to royal will, while the militant orders that had been suppressed after the Faith Militant Uprising began to reorganize in more subtle forms. The relationship between Crown and Faith, once a source of mutual support, became increasingly strained as religious leaders questioned the divine right of kings, who no longer commanded supernatural power. The great noble houses that had once trembled before Targaryen dragons now began to assert their own authority more boldly. The Starks of Winterfell, the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, and the other major families started to act more like independent powers than mere subjects of the Iron Throne. Regional conflicts that would once have been quickly suppressed by royal intervention were allowed to fester, creating instability that weakened the kingdom's overall unity and strength. The economic decline that had begun with the Dance of Dragons continued throughout this period as the lack of royal authority made trade more difficult and expensive. Pirates and bandits operated with greater impunity, while the great trading companies that had once flourished under royal protection began to look elsewhere for security and profit. The crown's attempts to raise revenue through increased taxation only made the problem worse, as overtaxed merchants and farmers had less capital to invest in productive activities. The military reforms that had once made the royal army the most effective force in Westeros were gradually abandoned, as the crown could no longer afford to maintain professional soldiers. The feudal levies that replaced them were less disciplined and less reliable, while the lack of dragons meant that even large armies could be challenged by determined opponents. The Royal Navy, once the terror of the Narrow Sea, was reduced to a fraction of its former strength, as the crown could no longer afford to build and maintain the great warships that had projected Targaryen power across the known world. The intellectual and artistic decline that accompanied the political weakening of the dynasty was perhaps the most subtle but ultimately most damaging aspect of the period. The great libraries that had been accumulated by scholarly kings were neglected or destroyed, while the patronage that had supported artists and musicians was reduced or eliminated entirely. The loss of knowledge and culture that resulted from this neglect impoverished the entire kingdom, creating a generation that was less educated and less cultured than their predecessors. As the Targaryen dynasty entered what would prove to be its final century of rule, the signs of terminal decline were visible to anyone willing to see them. The kings who sat the Iron Throne were shadows of their ancestors, lacking both the supernatural power that had elevated their house and the political skills necessary to rule effectively without it. The kingdom they governed was increasingly fractured and rebellious, held together more by habit and inertia than by any genuine loyalty to the crown. The wheel of history continued to turn, carrying the once mighty Targaryen dynasty toward a doom that many could sense but few dared to name. The Game of Thrones was entering a new phase, one in which the ancient rules no longer applied, and new players would soon emerge to challenge the established order. The age of decline was ending, but what would replace it remained shrouded in mystery and speculation. The madness that would define the final years of Targaryen rule did not descend upon King Aerys II all at once, but crept into his mind like poison seeping through cracked stone, slowly corrupting everything it touched, until reason itself became the enemy. In his youth, Aerys had been everything a king should be: handsome and charismatic, brave in battle and clever in council, beloved by lords and small folk alike. The prince who had fought valiantly in the War of the 90 Kings and charmed the court with his wit and wisdom seemed destined for a golden reign that would restore the Targaryen dynasty to its former glory. The transformation began slowly, almost imperceptibly, with small eccentricities that his friends and advisors dismissed as the harmless quirks of genius. Aerys became increasingly suspicious of those around him, seeing plots and conspiracies where none existed, interpreting innocent gestures as signs of treachery. His famous friendship with Tywin Lannister, forged in their youth and strengthened through years of shared trials, began to sour as the king's paranoia grew. Where once he had trusted Tywin above all others, now he saw his hand as a potential rival, whose competence and popularity threatened the royal prerogative. The defiance of Duskendale marked the true beginning of the king's descent into madness, though its full extent would not become apparent for years to come. When Lord Darklin of Duskendale refused to pay certain taxes and imprisoned the king during what should have been routine negotiations, Eris experienced a terror and helplessness that shattered something fundamental in his psyche. The rescue, mounted by Sir Barristan Selmy, saved the king's life, but could not repair the damage done to his mind during those months of captivity and uncertainty. After Duskendale, the king, who had once been known for his easy laughter and quick wit, became increasingly withdrawn and erratic. He refused to allow his hair or fingernails to be cut, believing that steel near his person invited assassination. His once handsome appearance deteriorated as he grew thin and wild-looking, his silver-gold hair becoming a tangled mess that reached nearly to his feet. The purple eyes that had once sparkled with intelligence now burned with a feverish intensity that made even his closest courtiers uncomfortable. The king's growing obsession with wildfire became the most visible sign of his deteriorating mental state. Where his ancestors had commanded dragons, Ares became fascinated with the green flames that burned so hot they could melt steel and stone. He spent hours watching alchemists prepare their volatile substances, delighting in the destructive potential of their creations. The Guild of Alchemists, long a minor institution in King's Landing, suddenly found themselves elevated to positions of influence and importance as the king sought ever more potent forms of the substance he called his dragonfire. The deterioration of Eris's relationship with his queen, Rayla, reflected the broader corruption of his character during this period, where once he had been a loving husband, he became increasingly violent and unpredictable. His treatment of his sister wife growing so harsh that even the court that had witnessed decades of Targaryen eccentricity was shocked. The queen bore the visible marks of his abuse, while her miscarriages and stillbirths became testament to the dysfunction that had infected the royal household. Only the birth of Prince Viserys offered any hope for the future of the dynasty. Tywin Lannister's resignation as Hand of the King marked a turning point in both the reign and the kingdom's history. The man who had served the crown faithfully for 20 years, transforming the realm's finances and governance with his ruthless efficiency, could no longer tolerate the king's increasingly erratic behavior. His departure removed the last check on heresy's worst impulses, while also depriving the crown of its most capable administrator. The insult the king delivered at Tywin's farewell, suggesting that he had always been a servant rather than a friend, ensured that the former Hand would harbor a personal grudge against the Targaryen dynasty. The king's paranoia reached new heights with his conviction that enemies surrounded him on all sides, plotting his downfall and the destruction of his family. He saw treason in every shadow and conspiracy in every conversation, turning the Red Keep into a prison where trust was a luxury that no one could afford. The small council meetings that had once been forums for serious discussion of policy became exercises in fear management, as counselors learned to tell the king only what he wanted to hear, rather than what he needed to know. The burning of Lord Rickard Stark and the strangulation of his heir Brandon became the axe that transformed royal eccentricity into open tyranny. When the young Stark Lord came to King's Landing, demanding justice for his sister's alleged abduction by Prince Rhaegar, he was arrested on charges of plotting against the crown. The trial by combat that followed was a mockery of justice, with fire serving as the king's champion, while Brandon strangled himself, trying to save his father from the flames. The sight of a great lord of the north being burned alive while his son died trying to reach him shocked even those who had grown accustomed to royal brutality. The demand for the heads of Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark was the final straw that broke the already strained loyalty of the great houses. Jon Arryn, the Lord of the Vale, who had fostered both young men, faced an impossible choice between honor and survival. His decision to call his banners in defiance of royal command sparked the rebellion that would bring down the Targaryen dynasty, as three of the most powerful regions of Westeros united against a king they could no longer tolerate or trust. Robert's rebellion, as history would remember it, was fought not just against a king, but against the entire system of absolute monarchy that had governed Westeros for 3 centuries. The rebels represented a new vision of governance, one where the power of kings was limited by law and custom rather than merely by their own conscience and wisdom. The battles that followed would determine not just who sat the Iron Throne, but what kind of kingdom Westeros would become in the future. The Battle of the Trident became the decisive engagement of the war, where Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the heir to the throne, who had been seen as the dynasty's best hope for redemption, fell beneath Robert Baratheon's warhammer. The prince's death in the Ruby Ford of the Trident symbolized the end of the Targaryen dream of restoration, as their most capable leader perished trying to defend a father whose madness had made the crown itself a source of instability and fear. As news of defeat reached King's Landing, Aerys's madness reached its final, most destructive phase. Convinced that enemies were closing in on all sides and that his reign was doomed, he commanded the pyromancers to place caches of wildfire throughout the city. His plan was simple and terrible. If he could not rule King's Landing, then no one would, and the entire population would burn along with him in a final conflagration that would deny his enemies the prize they sought. The king's last words, "Burn them all," became the epitome for a dynasty that had once commanded dragons and ruled the known world. Spoken to Rosset, the chief pyromancer who had helped place wildfire throughout the city, they represented the final surrender of sanity to the madness that had consumed the last Targaryen king. Only the intervention of Cersei Lannister, who killed both the king and his pyromancer before they could ignite the city, prevented the capital from becoming a funeral pyre for 500,000 people. The death of Aerys II in the throne room of the Red Keep, stabbed in the back by a knight of his own king's guard, was as inglorious as his reign had been tragic. A man who had once seemed destined for greatness died alone and unmourned, his body left on the cold stone floor, while the city he had tried to destroy celebrated its salvation. The golden hand that had once worn the rings of office was stained with blood, while the Iron Throne itself seemed to reject its last Targaryen occupant. The sack of King's Landing that followed Robert's victory was brutal and thorough, as years of accumulated resentment against Targaryen rule found expression in violence and destruction. The royal family that had once seemed untouchable was scattered or destroyed, with Princess Alia and her children murdered by Lannister troops, eager to prove their loyalty to the new regime. The wealth that the Targaryens had accumulated over 3 centuries of rule was looted or destroyed, while the symbols of their power were torn down or defaced. The discovery of the wildfire caches hidden throughout the city served as a final revelation of how close the kingdom had come to total destruction. The green flames that Aerys had intended as his legacy were carefully removed and disposed of. But the knowledge of how near the city had come to annihilation haunted those who learned the truth. The Mad King's final plan represented the ultimate expression of the Targaryen motto, fire and blood, turned not against enemies, but against the very people they had sworn to protect. The escape of Prince Viserys and the pregnant Queen Rhaella to Dragonstone ensured that the Targaryen bloodline would survive, though in exile rather than glory. The birth of Princess Daenerys during the storm that gave her the nickname Stormborn provided a final irony, as the dynasty's last hope was born on the ancestral seat that had witnessed its rise to power centuries earlier. The children who fled across the narrow sea carried with them the dreams and ambitions of their ancestors, but also the burden of their father's madness and the crimes committed in their family's name. The fall of the Targaryen dynasty was not just a political revolution, but a cultural transformation that changed the very nature of Westerosi society. The absolute monarchy that had existed since Aegon's conquest was replaced by a more limited form of kingship, where the great houses retained significant autonomy, and the crown ruled by consent rather than fear. The Age of Dragons was truly over, replaced by an age where power flowed from loyalty and alliance, rather than supernatural authority. The economic disruption caused by the rebellion and its aftermath was severe, but ultimately liberating, as the rigid structures that had governed trade and commerce under Targaryen rule gave way to more flexible arrangements. The great houses that had once been merely subjects of the Iron Throne now became partners in governance, their cooperation essential to the stability and prosperity of the realm. The mercantile classes that had been constrained by royal monopolies found new opportunities for profit and expansion. The religious implications of the Targaryen fall were equally significant, as the faith of the Seven was freed from the uncomfortable accommodation it had maintained with a dynasty that practiced incest and claimed divine right. The new royal house, drawn from the ancient Andal nobility, represented a return to more traditional religious values and customs. The Septons, who had once been forced to justify Targaryen exceptionalism, could now preach a simpler message of moral law and divine justice. As the realm adjusted to life under a new dynasty, the legacy of the Mad King served as a constant reminder of the dangers of absolute power and the importance of limiting royal authority. The lessons learned from Aerys II's reign would influence Westerosi political thought for generations, shaping the relationship between crown and nobility in ways that made future tyranny more difficult to establish. The wheel of history had turned once again, crushing beneath it a dynasty that had once seemed eternal and invincible. The crown that Robert Baratheon claimed through right of conquest sat heavy upon his head, weighed down not by gold and jewels, but by the ghost of the woman he could never save, and the burden of ruling a kingdom he had never truly wanted. The great warrior who had shattered the Targaryen dynasty with his warhammer found that governing was a far more complex challenge than warfare, requiring patience and attention to detail that his restless nature could barely tolerate. The Iron Throne that had been forged by dragon fire cut him as it had cut so many kings before. But these wounds were nothing compared to the deeper pain that Lyanna Stark's memory carved into his heart. The marriage between Robert and Cersei Lannister, arranged to bind the new dynasty to the wealth and power of Castelli Rock, represented both the political necessities and personal tragedies that defined the reign. Robert had loved only one woman in his life, and she was dead, making any subsequent marriage a matter of duty rather than affection. Cersei, beautiful and intelligent, but proud and ambitious, found herself wed to a man who called her by another woman's name in their marriage bed. The union that should have been a source of strength for both house and kingdom became instead a wellspring of resentment and mutual contempt. The children born of this troubled marriage inherited both the throne's burdens and their parents' dysfunction. Growing up in a royal household where love was scarce and trust was even rarer, Prince Joffrey, golden-haired and green-eyed like his mother, showed early signs of the cruelty that would later define his character, while Princess Mila and Prince Tommen seemed to embody the gentler virtues that their elder brother lacked. The royal family that should have provided stability and continuity for the new dynasty instead became a source of weakness and future conflict. The Greyjoy rebellion that erupted during the 10th year of Robert's reign provided the king with a welcome opportunity to return to the battlefield where he felt most at home. The Ironborn Lord Balon Greyjoy's attempt to restore the independence of the Iron Islands was crushed with swift efficiency, demonstrating that the new royal house could project military power as effectively as its predecessor. The Siege of Pike became the last great military triumph of Robert's reign, showing the kingdom that their warrior king had lost none of his prowess with hammer and sword. The fostering of Theon Greyjoy at Winterfell following his father's defeat represented the kind of wise policy that characterized the best aspects of Robert's reign. Rather than simply executing the rebels or ruling through fear, the crown chose to bind former enemies through personal relationships and shared interests. The young Ironborn Lord grew up among the Starks, learning the values of honor and loyalty that had made the North the backbone of Robert's rebellion, while serving as a living reminder of the costs of defying royal authority. The peace that settled over Westeros during the middle years of Robert's reign was deeper and more enduring than anything the realm had known since the early days of Targaryen rule. The great houses that had spent centuries feuding with their neighbors found common cause in supporting a monarchy that respected their traditional rights while providing effective central authority. Trade flourished as never before, while the arts and learning experienced a renaissance that rivaled the greatest periods of the past. The tournaments that Robert loved became venues where the kingdom's elite could compete and mingle, forging relationships that strengthened the realm's unity. Yet even as the kingdom prospered, the king himself grew increasingly dissatisfied with the constraints of rule and the burdens of responsibility. The young warrior who had dreamed of glory on the battlefield found himself trapped behind a desk, forced to listen to endless discussions of trade agreements and tax policy when he longed to be hunting in the forests of the Stormlands. His weight increased along with his drinking, while his legendary strength began to fade as years of excess took their toll on his once magnificent physique. The death of Jon Arryn in the final year of Robert's reign marked the end of an era and the beginning of the crisis that would ultimately destroy the kingdom's hard-won peace. The hand who had served as father figure, chief minister, and wise counselor left behind a vacuum that no one seemed capable of filling. His final words, muttered on his deathbed about the seed being strong, hinted at the dangerous secrets he had uncovered in his final months. Knowledge that would die with him and leave the realm vulnerable to the chaos that was coming. Robert's decision to travel north to Winterfell and offer the position of hand to his old friend Ned Stark represented both his instinctive wisdom in choosing capable advisors and his tragic inability to see the larger forces that were already in motion. The reunion between the two men, who had been closer than brothers during the rebellion, was bittersweet, marked by the passage of time and the weight of accumulated sorrows. Neither man could have imagined that their meeting would set in motion the events that would tear the kingdom apart and bring an end to the peace they had both worked so hard to build. The hunt that would claim Robert's life began as a celebration of friendship and a brief escape from the burdens of kingship, but it became instead the vital chapter in the story of a man who had won everything he thought he wanted, only to discover that victory brought its own forms of suffering. The boar that gored him in the woods near King's Landing was just an animal following its instincts. But the wounds it inflicted would prove fatal, not just to the king, but to the stability of the entire realm. As Robert lay dying in the Red Keep, surrounded by the symbols of power he had never truly wanted, the kingdom he had built through force of arms and strength of character began to fracture along the fault lines that had always existed beneath its peaceful surface. The great lords who had united to overthrow one dynasty now prepared to fight each other for control of the crown, while the common people who had prospered under his rule faced the prospect of another devastating civil war. The reign that had begun with such promise ended in tragedy and foreboding as the wheel of history prepared to turn once again. The peace that Robert had given Westeros was about to be shattered, replaced by a conflict that would make the wars of his youth seem small by comparison. The Game of Thrones was entering a new and more deadly phase, one where the stakes would be higher and the costs more terrible than any previous generation had imagined. The execution of Eddard Stark in the shadow of the Great Sept of Bor was the spark that ignited a conflagration across the Seven Kingdoms, transforming political maneuvering into open warfare that would consume a generation and leave the realm forever changed. The sight of Ice, the ancient Valyrian steel sword of House Stark, falling upon the neck of the most honorable man in Westeros, sent shockwaves through every corner of the kingdom. Lords who had been content to play the Game of Thrones through whispers and alliances suddenly found themselves forced to choose sides in a conflict that would demand everything they possessed. King Joffrey's decision to order the execution against the advice of his mother and the small council revealed the dangerous unpredictability that would characterize his brief reign. The boy king who ascended the Iron Throne at 13 possessed all of his mother's cruelty and none of her cunning, making decisions based on impulse and spite rather than political calculation. His golden crown sat atop a head filled with sadistic fantasies and delusions of absolute power, while his green eyes reflected the madness that seemed to run in both sides of his true heritage. The North's response was swift and devastating, as Robb Stark called his banners and marched south with an army of 30,000 men seeking justice for his father's murder. The young Wolf King, barely 16 years old, proved to possess a natural genius for military strategy that reminded veterans of battles long past. His victories at Oxcross and the Whispering Wood demonstrated that the old ways of warfare still had power when wielded by someone who understood both honor and necessity. The sight of his direwolf, Grey Wind, fighting alongside northern soldiers became the stuff of legend, inspiring his own troops while striking terror into his enemies. Stannis Baratheon's claim to the Iron Throne was based on the iron certainty of law and legitimacy. As Robert's younger brother possessed the strongest legal right to the crown after Joffrey's true parentage was revealed, the Master of Dragonstone had spent years in his brother's shadow, serving faithfully but without recognition, his rigid sense of duty earning him respect but not love. His alliance with the Red Priestess, Melisandre, brought him power beyond anything he had previously commanded, but at a price that would corrupt both his cause and his soul. The shadow that Melisandre birthed in the caves beneath Storm's End was an abomination that violated the natural order of life and death, yet it achieved what conventional siege warfare could not. The murder of Renly Baratheon by his brother's dark magic eliminated the most charismatic claimant to the throne, while demonstrating the terrible forces that the Red God's servants could unleash. The sight of Renly's corpse, bearing wounds that no earthly weapon could have inflicted, shattered his great army, and sent thousands of knights fleeing into the night. Renly's death was perhaps the greatest tragedy of the war's early phase, as the Lord of Storm's End possessed the combination of political skill, personal charm, and military resources that might have ended the conflict quickly and bloodlessly. His vision of a realm ruled through consensus rather than fear represented a different path for Westeros, one where the lessons of Robert's rebellion could have been applied to create a more just and stable form of government. His murder by supernatural means showed that the Game of Thrones had entered a new phase where ancient powers and forgotten magics would play increasingly important roles. The Battle of Blackwater Bay became the decisive engagement of the war's first phase, as Stannis' attempt to take King's Landing by storm met the wildfire trap that Tyrion Lannister had prepared with the help of the Pyromancer's Guild. The green flames that consumed half of Stannis' fleet were a deliberate echo of the Mad King's final plot, turning the Baratheon pretender's strength against him in a spectacular conflagration. The sight of ships burning on the river with an unnatural fire reminded everyone present of the dangerous legacy that the Targaryens had left behind. The arrival of Tywin Lannister and his Tyrell allies at the battle's climax saved the capital and the young king, but it also demonstrated the political realignments that were reshaping the kingdom's power structure. The alliance between Lion and Rose, sealed by the betrothal of Joffrey to Margaery Tyrell, brought together the wealth of Castasterly Rock and the agricultural abundance of the Reach in a combination that no other faction could match. The Hand's chain that stretched across Blackwater Bay became a symbol of Lannister ingenuity, while the broken ships that littered the river bottom testified to the costs of challenging their authority. The Red Wedding at the Twins represented the nether of honor in Westerosi politics, as guest right and sacred hospitality were violated in service of political expediency. The murder of Robb Stark, his mother Catelyn, and most of the northern leadership under Walder Frey's roof was orchestrated by Tywin Lannister, but carried out by men who valued revenge above honor. The sight of Grey Wind's head sewn onto his master's body became a symbol of the war's brutality and the death of the old codes that had once governed noble behavior. The psychological impact of the Red Wedding extended far beyond its immediate military consequences, as the violation of guest right sent shockwaves through every corner of Westerosi society. The common people, who had witnessed the breakdown of honor among their betters, began to question all forms of authority, while the great houses realized that the old rules no longer protected anyone from the consequences of political miscalculation. The songs that emerged from the massacre were not celebrations of victory, but laments for a lost age of chivalry and honor. King Joffrey's death at his own wedding feast provided a moment of poetic justice that satisfied few and solved nothing, as the boy king's cruelty was replaced by the more subtle but equally dangerous ambitions of those who had orchestrated his demise. The strangler poison that killed him worked slowly and publicly, ensuring that his final moments were as undignified as his brief reign had been brutal. The crown passed to his younger brother Tommen, a gentle boy who would serve as a puppet for the various factions seeking to control the Iron Throne. The rise of the Faith militant during this period represented a response to the chaos and moral decay that had infected the realm's leadership, as the common people sought spiritual authority to replace the failed secular powers. The High Sparrow who led this movement was a man of genuine piety, whose simple message of justice and redemption resonated with those who had suffered under the nobles' wars. The armed septons who enforced his will represented a return to an earlier era when the faith had possessed its own military power and political independence. Stannis Baratheon's march north to the Wall demonstrated both his strategic vision and his growing desperation, as the self-proclaimed king sought new allies among the outcasts and misfits of the Night's Watch. His intervention in the battle against the wildling army showed that he still possessed the military skills that had made him Robert's most trusted general, while his recognition of the threat beyond the Wall revealed an understanding of larger forces that his rivals lacked. The burning of his daughter Shireen as a sacrifice to the Red God marked the complete corruption of his cause and the abandonment of everything he had once claimed to represent. The liberation of Slaver's Bay by Daenerys Targaryen across the Narrow Sea added a new dimension to the conflict as the last scion of the Dragon Kings began her own campaign to reclaim her birthright. Her dragons, the first seen in the world for over a century, represented both a return to the old Targaryen power and a new form of warfare that could reshape the balance of forces across both continents. The sight of Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion soaring over the pyramids of Meereen served notice that the Age of Dragons was returning, whether the current occupants of the Iron Throne were ready or not. The northern resistance that emerged from the ashes of Stark defeat showed that some flames could not be easily extinguished, as loyal bannermen like the Mormonts and Umbers continued to fight in the name of their fallen kings. The phrase "the North remembers" became a rallying cry for those who refused to accept Southern rule. While the prospect of Jon Snow's return from the Wall offered hope for eventual revenge against those who had orchestrated the Red Wedding, as the war entered its final phase, the realm lay broken and exhausted. Its population decimated by years of conflict and its institutions corrupted by the moral compromises that survival had demanded. The Game of Thrones had claimed kings and commoners alike, leaving behind a kingdom that bore little resemblance to the peaceful realm that Robert Baratheon had once ruled. The wheel of history was grinding toward another turn, carrying with it the promise of either redemption or final destruction for the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. The pea that burned on the Dothraki Sea under the red comet's baleful light was meant to honor a fallen hell, but it became instead the crucible that would forge a new age of fire and blood. Daenerys Targaryen, the exiled princess who had lost everything but her name and her dragon eggs, walked into those flames as a grieving widow and emerged as the mother of dragons. The 3 petrified eggs that had been wedding gifts became living creatures of legend, their wings casting shadows that would eventually darken the skies over 2 continents. The dragons that hatched from stone and flame were small at first, no larger than cats, their scales soft and their fire weak. Drogon, black as night, with scarlet eyes and wings, was named for the Khaleesi's dead husband and would grow to become the largest and most willful of the 3. Regal, green and bronze with golden eyes, carried the name of Prince Rhaegar and possessed a temperament as complex as the brother Daenerys had never known. Viserion cream and gold, with the disposition closest to his namesake's cruelty, completed the trinity that would restore dragon fire to a world that had forgotten its power. The miracle of their birth was witnessed by only a handful of survivors from Khal Drogo's Khalasar. But word of the dragon spread across the Dothraki Sea like wildfire. The Horse Lords, who had once dismissed the Pale Queen as just another conquered prize, now spoke her name with reverence and fear. She was no longer merely Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, but Daenerys Unburnt, the Silver Queen whose children breathed fire and whose destiny stretched beyond the grasslands to the great cities of the East. The long journey across the red waste that followed tested both the dragons and their mother. As the small band of survivors sought refuge in lands that few Dothraki had ever seen, the desert that had swallowed countless caravans and armies welcomed the Dragon Queen, perhaps recognizing in her something that belonged to an older and more dangerous world. The dragons learned to hunt in those harsh lands, their prey ranging from lizards and snakes to the occasional trader who wandered too far from the established routes. Kor, the greatest city that ever was or will be, according to its inhabitants, opened its gates to the mother of dragons with the mixture of avarice and curiosity that characterized all merchant princes. The Korin had heard rumors of the dragons, but seeing them in person was a revelation that sent tremors through their council chambers and counting houses. The creatures that had once brought old Valyria to the height of its power were walking through their gardens and perching on their balconies, turning legend into reality with every beat of their wings. The House of the Undying, that sinister tower where the warlocks of Kay practiced their ancient arts, became the site of Daenerys' first great trial as a dragon queen. The visions that assaulted her in those twisted halls showed her glimpses of past and future, of the Iron Throne she had never seen, and the burning throne room where her father had died. The dragons that rescued her from the warlock's trap announced to the world that the age of magic was returning, and that those who sought to use the Mother of Dragons for their own purposes did so at their peril. The conquest of Slaver's Bay began not with grand strategy, but with a simple moral imperative, as Daenerys found herself unable to ignore the suffering of those who toiled in chains while their masters lived in luxury. The city of Astapor, with its pyramid-topped temples and its fighting pits filled with unsullied warriors, represented everything that was wrong with the old order. The dragons that had seemed like mere curiosities in Ka revealed their true power when Drogon bathed the good masters in dragonfire, turning their golden pyramids into furnaces and their slave pens into ash. The liberation of the Unsullied was achieved through cunning as much as force, as Daenerys traded one of her dragons for an army, only to reveal that the bond between dragon and dragon rider could not be bought or sold. The sight of 8,000 eunuch warriors kneeling before their new queen, while Astapor burned behind them, announced that a new power had risen in the east. One that combined the legendary might of old Valyria with a revolutionary vision of justice and freedom. Yonkai and Meereen fell in turn as the dragons grew larger and more formidable, their wingspans expanding as their hunger for flesh and fire increased. The Yellow City's surrender without a siege showed that the reputation of Dragonfire could be as effective as the flames themselves, while Meereen's determined resistance required all three dragons working in concert to breach its walls. The sight of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, crowned with Targaryen banners, marked the establishment of the first Targaryen seat of power since the fall of the dynasty in Westeros. The challenges of ruling proved more complex than the conquest itself, as Daenerys discovered that liberating slaves was easier than integrating them into a functioning society. The freedmen who looked to her as their mother and protector had spent their lives in bondage, knowing only how to serve and obey. The former masters, who remained in the city, chafed under the new order while plotting its overthrow, their hatred burning as hot as dragon fire, but far more subtle in its expression. The dragons themselves became both a source of strength and a growing problem as they matured beyond their mother's ability to fully control them. Drogon's attack on a shepherd's child forced Daenerys to confront the reality that her children were predators as well as symbols of liberation, creatures of instinct and appetite that could not be reasoned with or restrained by moral considerations. The decision to chain Regal and Viserion in the depths of the Great Pyramid was perhaps the most painful choice she had ever made, trading their freedom for the safety of her people. The Sons of the Harpy insurgency that plagued marine streets showed that dragon fire could destroy an army in open battle, but could not root out enemies who hid among the civilian population. The former masters and their supporters waged a campaign of terror and assassination that turned every shadow into a potential threat and every freedman into a possible collaborator. The dragons that had conquered cities proved less effective against opponents who struck in darkness and melted away before retribution could find them. The fighting pits that Daenerys had closed in her campaign against slavery became a symbol of the compromises that ruling required as political necessity forced her to reopen institutions she found morally repugnant. The gladiatorial combat that the Marinese elite demanded as their price for cooperation represented everything the Dragon Queen opposed. Yet her advisors convinced her that some concessions were necessary to maintain peace. The decision to attend the Great Games herself was intended as a gesture of reconciliation, but became instead the stage for her most dramatic demonstration of power. Drogon's return to the fighting pit, drawn by the scent of blood and the roar of the crowd, marked a turning point in both Daenerys's reign and her relationship with her children. The Black Dragon's rampage through the arena and his subsequent flight with his mother clinging to his back showed the world that the bond between Targaryen and dragon was stronger than chains or political considerations. The image of the Silver Queen disappearing into the sky on Dragon Bend before she had even landed, inspiring songs and stories that would spread across both continents. The Dothraki Khalasar that found Daenerys alone in the Grass Sea after Drogon's flight could not have known they were witnessing the beginning of their own conquest. The widow of Khal Drogo, who returned to claim leadership of all the horse tribes, brought with her powers that no Khalid had ever possessed, and a vision that stretched far beyond the traditional boundaries of Dothraki ambition. The burning of the Dahkali and the Khalaju would have enslaved her, marked the beginning of a new kind of horde, one united not just by strength, but by loyalty to the Dragon Queen. The sight of Daenerys emerging unburnt from the flames that consumed the sacred city of Vae Dothrak, with every Dothraki warrior kneeling before her in the firelight, announced that the most dangerous phase of her campaign was about to begin. The 100,000 horsemen, who now called her Kessie, represented the largest army that had ever been assembled under a single banner, while the dragons that had grown to full size during her absence in the east were ready to carry fire and blood across the narrow sea. The ships that would carry this great host westward were already gathering in the harbors of Meereen and Volantis, their holds prepared for horses and dragons alike. The wheel of history was turning once again, carrying the last Targaryen back toward the Iron Throne that her ancestors had forged and her father had lost. The Game of Thrones was about to enter its final phase, where fire and blood would determine not just who ruled, but what kind of world would emerge from the ashes of the old. The wall that had stood for 8,000 years as humanity's shield against the darkness finally fell, not to siege engines or dragon fire, but to the very power it had been built to contain. The ancient barrier of ice and magic, raised by Bran the Builder, with the help of giants and the children of the forest, crumbled before the blue flames of an undead dragon. Its destruction, marking the end of the longest peace the world had ever known. The collapse sent tremors through the earth that were felt as far south as Winterfell, while the roar of falling ice echoed across the frozen wasteland like the death cry of hope itself. The Zarian, the dragon that had once soared through warm skies above the pyramids of Marine, now flew on rotting wings through the perpetual winter that followed the Night King's army. The blue fire that poured from his throat was cold as the void between stars, a corruption of dragon flame that burned away life itself rather than merely destroying flesh and stone. The sight of a dragon serving the forces of death was an abomination that violated the natural order. Yet it was also a terrible demonstration of the Night King's power to corrupt and command even the mightiest creatures. The Night King himself rode upon the undead dragon's back, a figure of crystalline ice and ancient malice, whose very presence turned the air to frost and the ground to permafrost. He was the first of the White Walkers, the original weapon that the children of the forest had created in their desperation to defeat the first men, but he had long since transcended his creator's intentions. The crown of ice that adorned his head was not a symbol of earthly kingship, but a mark of dominion over death itself, authority that extended to every corpse that had ever drawn breath. The army that poured through the broken wall was beyond counting, a tide of the dead that stretched from horizon to horizon under the green glow of the aurora that danced perpetually in the northern sky. Whites that had once been men, women, and children stumbled forward with blue flames burning in their empty sockets, while fallen horses carried skeletal riders whose spears dripped with ice. Giants moved among them like walking mountains, their massive forms animated by the same cold magic that gave purpose to the smallest reanimated child. Winterfell, the ancient seat of House Stark and the heart of the North, became the last bastion of the living. As the great and small houses of Westeros united in the face of extinction, the castle's walls, which had been built to withstand human enemies, offered little protection against foes who felt no pain and knew no fear. The crypts beneath the castle, where generations of Stark lords lay in stone tombs with iron swords across their laps, became battlegrounds as the dead rose to fight the living in the very heart of the stronghold. Jon Snow, revealed at last as Aegon Targaryen and rightful heir to the Iron Throne, stood with Longclaw in his hand as the forces of ice and fire prepared for their final confrontation. The bastard of Winterfell, who had found his true heritage in the shadow of the wall, now faced the enemy that had haunted his dreams since childhood. Beside him stood Daenerys Targaryen, the aunt he had unknowingly loved, her surviving dragons breathing true fire against the tide of unnatural cold that swept down from the north. The Battle of Winterfell raged through the longest night since the Age of Heroes, as living fought dead in a struggle that would determine the fate of all humanity. The dragon glass weapons that had been forged in the fires of Dragonstone cut through whites like scythe through wheat, while Valyrian steel sang as it cleaved through the supernatural ice that armored the White Walkers. The sight of Serra Jorah Mormont falling while defending his queen, of Theon Greyjoy dying to protect Bran Stark, of Lyanna Mormont bringing down a white giant with her final breath, became the stuff of legend, even as the battle raged. The dead seemed endless, rising again and again, no matter how many times they were cut down, their numbers swelling with each fallen defender who joined their ranks. The living found themselves fighting not just the army of the dead, but their own fallen friends and family members, forced to destroy beloved faces that had been animated by malevolent purpose. The psychological toll of this horror was almost as devastating as the physical carnage, as hardened warriors broke under the strain of killing those they had once loved. Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven who held the memory of the world within his consciousness, served as bait to draw the Night King into the open. The young man, who had once climbed the walls of Winterfell, now sat motionless in his wheeled chair, his consciousness soaring through time and space, while his body remained vulnerable to the approaching darkness. The ancient grudge between the Night King and the three-eyed raven stretched back to the dawn of the world, when the children of the forest had first created their terrible weapon. Arya Stark, the girl who had become no one before reclaiming her identity, struck the blow that saved humanity from eternal darkness. The Valyrian steel dagger that had once been used in an attempt to murder Bran became the instrument of the Night King's destruction. As the trained assassin materialized from shadow to drive the blade into the ancient evil's heart, the Night King's destruction sent shockwaves through his entire army, as every White and White Walker crumbled to dust in the space of heartbeats. The silence that followed the collapse of the army of the dead was perhaps more profound than the noise of battle that had preceded it. The aurora that had danced in the northern sky faded away, while the unnatural cold that had gripped the land began to lift for the first time in months. The survivors who stood among the piles of bones and rusted weapons could hardly believe that the threat that had hung over humanity for 8,000 years had been ended by a single thrust of Valyrian steel. The cost of victory was staggering, as half the defenders of Winterfell lay dead in the castle's yards and halls. The great houses of the north had been decimated, their proud banners torn and bloodied, their ancient lineages ended in a single night of horror. The common soldiers who had stood against the tide of death were mourned alongside the great lords, their sacrifice recognized as equal to any noble deed in the long history of Westeros. The crypts of Winterfell, where the dead Starks had risen to fight their own descendants, were blessed and sealed by the surviving Septons and Red Priests who had witnessed the battle. The iron swords that had been displaced from the stone hands of ancient lords were reforged into commemorative weapons, while new tombs were prepared for those who had fallen in humanity's final victory over the darkness. The dragons that had survived the battle, scarred and wounded, but still magnificent, became symbols of the triumph of fire over ice. Drogon and Rhaegal had proven that the flame of life could overcome even the cold of death, their dragonfire serving as the light that held back the darkness during the realm's darkest hour. The bond between dragon and rider had been tested in the ultimate crucible and emerged stronger than ever. The Night Watch, whose purpose had been fulfilled with the destruction of the threat they had been founded to guard against, faced an uncertain future as the wall lay broken and their ancient enemy was no more. The men in black, who had taken vows to defend the realm until death, could now consider whether their duty had been completed, or whether new threats would emerge to take the place of the old ones. As dawn finally broke over the battlefield, painting the snow-covered ground in shades of gold and crimson, the survivors began the long process of mourning their dead and rebuilding their world. The long night had ended, not with the coming of a prophesied hero, but with the courage of a young woman who had learned that even the mightiest enemies could fall to a well-placed blade, wielded by someone willing to risk everything for those they loved. The wheel of history had turned once more, grinding beneath it an evil that had existed since the dawn of time. The age of ice was ending, but the age of fire was about to begin. As the survivors of humanity's greatest victory prepared to face the more mundane, but no less dangerous challenges of determining who would rule the world they had saved. The victory over the Night King should have united the realm in celebration and gratitude, but instead, it merely cleared the stage for a more intimate and perhaps more tragic conflict. The great enemy that had threatened all humanity was gone, leaving behind the smaller but no less destructive ambitions of those who had survived to claim dominion over the living. The bonds forged in the crucible of the long night proved fragile when tested against the ancient hunger for power that had driven the Game of Thrones for centuries. Daenerys Targaryen, who had sacrificed so much to save a world that had never welcomed her, found herself increasingly isolated as the euphoria of victory faded into the cold reality of politics. The Dragon Queen, who had broken chains across Slaver's Bay, discovered that the lords of Westeros viewed her not as a liberator, but as a foreign conqueror whose dragons and Dowriki followers threatened their traditional way of life. The love she had hoped to find in her ancestral homeland remained elusive, replaced by fear and resentment that no amount of heroism could overcome. The revelation of Jon Snow's true parentage as Aegon Targaryen created a crisis that neither he nor Daenerys could resolve through compromise or negotiation. The bastard of Winterfell, who had never wanted power, found himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, while the woman who had spent her life preparing to rule discovered that her claim was secondary to that of the nephew she had come to love. The irony that the Targaryen dynasty's salvation lay in the union of its last two members was overshadowed by the political reality that only one could rule. The march south toward King's Landing became a procession of mounting tension and growing despair, as Daenerys felt the tide of loyalty turning against her with each passing mile. The death of Missandei, her closest friend and advisor, at the hands of Cersei Lannister's headsman, was a personal blow that struck deeper than any military defeat. The sight of her friend's severed head falling from the walls of the Red Keep filled the Dragon Queen with a fury that burned hotter than dragon fire and consumed what remained at her mercy. King's Landing, the greatest city in Westeros and the seat of Targaryen power for 3 centuries, had become a fortress held by enemies who showed no intention of yielding to the rightful queen's demands. Cersei Lannister, the lioness who had clawed her way to power through cunning and ruthlessness, prepared for a siege that she hoped would break the Dragon Queen's resolve. The city's 1 million inhabitants became unwilling pawns in a game where their lives mattered less than the political advantage their suffering might provide. The bells of surrender that rang across King's Landing as Drogon circled overhead should have marked the end of the war and the beginning of Daenerys' reign. The golden sound that echoed from every septon tower announced that the city was ready to yield, that the bloodshed could end without further loss of life. For a moment, it seemed that wisdom and mercy might prevail over vengeance and fury, that the cycle of violence that had plagued Westeros for generations might finally be broken. But the bells that promised peace became instead the signal for destruction. As something snapped in the mind of the Dragon Queen, who had lost too much and suffered too long, the madness that had claimed her father found new expression in dragon fire turned against innocence. As Drogon's flames swept through streets filled with civilians who had played no part in the wars of kings and queens, the liberation that Daenerys had promised became a holocaust that reduced the ancient city to ash and bone. The destruction of King's Landing was both a strategic triumph and a moral catastrophe, as the Dragon Queen's victory came at the cost of everything she had claimed to represent. The former slaves who had called her mother watched in horror as their liberator became the destroyer of innocence, while the Westerosi lords, who had grudgingly accepted her claim, now saw confirmed their worst fears about Targaryen madness. The Iron Throne sat in a throne room filled with ash, ruling over a capital that had become a graveyard. Jon Snow's discovery of the true extent of Daenerys' destruction forced him to confront the terrible choice between love and duty that had defined the Targaryen dynasty's relationship with power. The woman he loved had become a tyrant whose vision of liberation required the enslavement or elimination of all who opposed her will. A man who had been raised on honor and duty found himself facing the same impossible decision that had once confronted Lannister in this very throne room. The death of Daenerys Targaryen came not in battle against enemies, but through the blade of the man who loved her most, as Jon Snow drove a dagger into her heart while she spoke of the glorious future they would build together. The kiss that preceded the killing was both an act of love and a moment of profound betrayal. As the last Targaryen king took the life of the last Targaryen queen to save the world from her vision of perfect tyranny. Drogon's grief at his mother's death was perhaps the most human moment in the entire tragedy. As the last dragon in the world nudged his fallen rider with his great head before turning his fury upon the Iron Throne itself. The seat of power that had been forged by his ancestors' fire was melted by his flames. The twisted metal, running like water as the symbol of absolute monarchy, was destroyed by the very force that had created it. The dragon's departure, carrying his mother's body toward the sunrise, marked the end of the Age of Dragons and the beginning of something new. The Great Council that assembled in the ruins of King's Landing faced the monumental task of rebuilding not just a city, but an entire system of government from the ashes of the old order. The lords and ladies who had survived the wars of the past generation looked upon the melted remains of the Iron Throne and understood that the old ways of ruling were as dead as the dynasty that had once commanded dragons. The time had come to forge something new from the ruins of the past. Brandon Stark, the three-eyed raven who had sacrificed his humanity to become the living memory of the world, was chosen to rule, not because of his bloodline or his conquests, but because of his unique ability to see beyond the petty ambitions that had driven so much suffering. The broken boy who had once climbed the walls of Winterfell would sit upon a throne of his own making, ruling through wisdom rather than fear, through knowledge rather than force. The decision to grant independence to the North, with Sansa Stark as its queen, recognized the reality that some bonds could not be rebuilt, and some wounds ran too deep to heal. A kingdom that had bled most heavily in the wars of the past generation would go its own way, following the old gods and the old ways under the rule of a queen who had learned statecraft in the hardest possible school. The white dire wolf banners that flew from Winterfell's towers proclaimed that the North remembered and that it would never again kneel to southern kings. Darius Stark's decision to sail west of Westeros represented the adventurous spirit that had survived all the horrors of war and politics. As the young woman who had been forged into a weapon chose to become an explorer instead, the ships that carried her beyond the sunset sailed toward unknown lands where new stories waited to be written, where the Game of Thrones was replaced by the simple human desire to discover what lay beyond the horizon. The small council that gathered in the rebuilt Red Keep to advise the new king represented a new generation of leaders who had been tempered by war and loss, but not broken by it. Tyrion Lannister as Hand, Samuel Tarly as Grand Maester, Sir Davos Seaworth as Master of Ships, each brought their own hard-earned wisdom to the task of rebuilding a kingdom that had nearly destroyed itself in pursuit of power. The wheel that Daenerys had promised to break had indeed been shattered, but not in the way she had envisioned. The Game of Thrones had ended not with the triumph of good over evil, but with the recognition that power itself was the true enemy. that the pursuit of absolute authority inevitably corrupted those who sought it. The new realm that emerged from the ashes would be built on different foundations, where the lessons of the past would guide rather than condemn the future. As spring returned to Westeros for the first time in years, bringing green shoots through the blackened earth of King's Landing and melting the last snows of an endless winter, the survivors of the Great Game began the long work of healing. The songs that would be sung of their deeds would tell of heroes and villains, of love and betrayal, of the price that power extracted from all who sought it, and the hope that could emerge even from the darkest tragedy. In the years that followed the breaking of the wheel, Westeros began to heal from wounds that had seemed too deep to mend. The scattered stones of King's Landing were rebuilt not as monuments to royal power, but as homes for the common people, who had always been the true foundation of the realm. Where once the Red Keep had loomed over the city like a crimson crown, now gardens bloomed in courtyards, where children played among flowers that grew from soil enriched by ash and memory. King Bran the Broken ruled from a throne carved not from the swords of enemies, but from the ironwood of the north, its branches reaching upward like the heart trees that had watched over the realm since the dawn of time. His reign was marked not by conquest or grandeur, but by the quiet work of justice and reconstruction, as the realm learned to govern itself through councils and compromise, rather than the will of a single monarch. The ravens that carried his messages across the 7 kingdoms bore words of reconciliation rather than commands of war. The great houses that had once schemed and fought for centuries of advantage now found themselves partners in the greater work of rebuilding civilization from its foundations. The Starks ruled the independent North with wisdom gained through suffering, while the Lannisters sought to redeem their legacy through service rather than dominance. The Tyrells planted new roses in the fertile fields of the Reach, while the Baratheons learned that true strength lay in protection rather than conquest. In the north, Queen Sansa presided over a realm that had chosen its own path, where the old gods watched over their children from the heart trees, and the long winters no longer brought terror, but simply the turning of seasons in their proper order. Winterfell's halls echoed with laughter instead of the clash of swords, while the crypts below held their honored dead in peaceful rest, their iron swords no longer needed to guard against the darkness. The wall, though broken, was not abandoned, but transformed into something new. The Night's Watch evolved from a military order into a brotherhood of scholars and healers who tended to the needs of the free folk who had settled the lands beyond. The castles that had once been fortresses became schools and libraries, while the ranging that had once sought enemies now explored the mysteries of lands that were no longer forbidden. Beyond the narrow sea, the cities that Daenerys had liberated continued the work she had begun. Though they chose their own paths toward freedom, the former slaves of Slaver's Bay built new lives as free citizens, while the pyramids that had once housed masters now served as schools and hospitals. The dragons were gone, but the memory of liberation lived on in the hearts of those who had broken their own chains. Arya Stark's voyages to the lands west of Westeros brought back tales of wonders that reminded the realm that there were still mysteries to be solved and adventures to be found that did not require conquest or bloodshed. Her ships returned laden, not with gold or slaves, but with knowledge and stories, new crops and healing herbs, proving that exploration could enrich the world without impoverishing others. The faith of the Seven found new purpose in healing rather than judgment, as the Septimans and Scepters, who had once preached about divine justice, learned to tend to the earthly needs of their flocks. The great sept of Balor was rebuilt as a hospital and place of learning, where the wounded could heal and the ignorant could learn, where the seven faces of God smiled down upon works of mercy rather than acts of war. The songs that the bards sang in taverns and great halls told stories of the heroes who had saved the world from darkness. But they also celebrated the smaller victories of farmers who fed the hungry, of merchants who traded fairly, of parents who raised their children in peace. The great game that had consumed so many lives gave way to countless smaller games where the stakes were happiness rather than power, love rather than dominance. To Ryan Lannister, the dwarf who had survived through wit when strength would have failed him, found his greatest satisfaction not in the cleverness of his schemes, but in the simple pleasure of governance that served the people rather than the powerful. His reforms to the law codes ensured that justice was available to all rather than just to those who could afford it, while his management of the royal finances proved that prosperity could be built through trade and taxation rather than conquest and plunder. The children who grew up in this new world knew the stories of dragons and White Walkers as legends rather than memories, tales told by the fireside to entertain rather than warnings of real dangers that might return. They played at being knights and queens, but their games ended with laughter rather than tears, with embraces rather than funerals. The seasons turned in their ancient pattern, unmarked by human interference or supernatural threat. Spring brought new growth to lands that had been scorched by dragonfire. Summer blessed the realm with abundance that was shared rather than hoarded. Autumn prepared the people for winters that were measured in months rather than years. And winter itself was welcomed as a time of rest and reflection, rather than feared as a harbinger of death. The misters, who had once served individual lords, now work together to preserve and expand human knowledge. Their chains, no longer symbols of servitude, but of connection to the great work of understanding the world. Their ravens carried not just messages between castles, but news of discoveries and innovations that enriched all the realm, rather than just their immediate masters. Magic, which had returned to the world in fire and ice, settled into gentler forms that healed rather than destroyed. The Red Priests still tendered their flames, but they burned for warmth and light rather than as weapons of war. The children of the forest emerged from their hiding places to share their ancient wisdom with those who would listen, teaching new ways to live in harmony with the natural world. The Iron Throne was gone, melted by dragon fire, and replaced by something that could not be conquered because it existed in the hearts and minds of free people, rather than as a physical object to be seized. The crown passed not through inheritance or conquest, but through the choice of those who understood that true authority came from service rather than dominance. And in the God's Wood of King's Landing, where a harsh tree had been planted in soil that remembered both sorrow and joy, the faces carved in the white bark seemed to smile as they watched over a realm finally at peace. The old gods and the new had found common purpose in protecting rather than conquering, in nurturing rather than commanding. The Game of Thrones was ended, but the greater game of life continued, played not for crowns and castles, but for love and laughter, for the simple joy of watching children grow in safety and prosperity. The wheel that had crushed so many beneath it was broken at last, replaced by the turning of seasons and the cycle of generations, where each new day brought the possibility of wonder rather than the certainty of sorrow. In the end, it was not fire and blood that saved the realm, but the recognition that some victories were worth more than all the iron thrones that could ever be forged. The long night was over, the dawn had come, and the world was ready to begin again. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the complete timeline of Westeros and Essos. If you've enjoyed these stories of ice and fire, of dragons and dire wolves, of the rise and fall of dynasties, and the eternal human struggle for power and meaning, please consider subscribing for more deep dives into the worlds we love. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the gentle turning of wheels that lift rather than crush, and may you wake to dawns that promise hope rather than fear.